Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. YouTube's back to doing that thing again where, like, I hit stream and it's like, you know what? We're going to stream, like, 10 seconds of you just sitting there being like, again, whatever. YouTube is YouTube. So, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to a stream again. Kind of a spontaneous stream, but I tried to give you guys a heads up via Discord and the YouTube community channel here. But this is a Final Fantasy 14 stream that I wanted to do. I'm actually we're gonna go ahead and get logged in here. You guys can't see it, but it'll kind of take care of this epic music in the background. I really like this title track, but whatever. There's been a lot of talk lately in the WoW community, at least, about like FF14 versus World of Warcraft and all this stuff. And I'm not really here to talk about that in the sense of like there being some sort of competition or anything of that nature. But as you guys know, I've played World of Warcraft quite extensively, and I've played an okay amount of Final Fantasy 14. I played the original back in 2010 that got rebooted into A Realm Reborn. I tried to play A Realm Reborn a couple of times. I eventually did play through A Realm Reborn all the way to level 50. And then just for complete transparency here, so you guys know where I'm coming from, I hit level 50, which is the level cap for the base content for the game. And then I boosted a character from 50 up to level 70 so that I could start playing the latest expansion, Shadowbringers, right away. There were a few reasons that I did this, and it was a difference in opinion at the time compared to, the opinion that I have now. But, hey, pop in here. Pop in. Where you at? Yep, there we go. Maybe I'll get around to talking about, like, why I boosted a character and the differences I have in opinion then and I had now and stuff like that. But my main goal on this stream is to get to max level for the first time ever on Final Fantasy 14. I've never hit the level cap when the level cap was current. So like I said, at one point, max level was 50. And I've hit 50, but I didn't hit 50 when that was the max level. So right now, the max level is 80, and I am level 79. This is my last little push to get to max level on Final Fantasy 14. And I figured, with everybody being curious about Final Fantasy 14 and me having hopped back into it here recently, I would hop on, stream some gameplay, show you guys what's up, and answer any questions you have that I could. Maybe give you some of my thoughts on FF14 versus World of Warcraft and that kind of stuff if you're interested. That being said, before we get started, I want to talk about a couple things here. One, I'm playing as the Samurai class. This is a pure physical DPS class. Think like Rogue, essentially. They're not, like, just in terms of the role that they play, right? You're doing physical DPS. Also, I am playing through the Shadowbringers storyline. I would probably guess I'm about halfway or 2/3 of the way through, and there are going to be spoilers here during the stream for that story, but it's not going to be like the resolution of all the story and that kind of stuff. And I may even just run some dungeons and things like that to try to keep it as spoilery free as possible. But I'm not going to guarantee that. So if you're watching this stream or you're watching this video later, there might be some spoilers. All right. So like I said, I am playing a samurai, and I'm not really going to give like a super in-depth like analysis of the rotation and stuff like right here at the start. I really want to get in and just start playing the game. But I am playing the, what are they called? They start with an R. I forget what my character's race is. They're from Final Fantasy X. I don't remember. Rothgar. Okay, it's not an R, it's an HR. Rothgar. That's the character type that I'm playing. There are a couple different races. Most of the races basically just like humans plus, cat ears, bunny ears, tall humans, short humans, etc. Rothgar is one of the only ones that actually looks like something that's not a human. Like if I run around here in this little hub area, you're going to see like basically a human with like dragon tail, dragon ears, tiny human. There's another one of the dragony humans. I don't know the names for all these people. you know, tall human. So like the Rothgar is one of the only ones that actually looks like something that's not a human, even though it kind of looks like a cat, you know. I mean, there's the cat people that have like cat ears and tails, and then otherwise they look human, but then there's like the Rothgar that look like lion people. So that's what I am. I'm playing as Samurai. Like I said, I played this character, but not this job, up until level 50. So I'm going to show you that here. Like, I played as a warrior, of course, up until level 50, and then I boosted a character straight to the Shadowbringers story, and I boosted a samurai straight to level 70 so that I could start playing as a samurai in Shadowbringers right away. And so I've been playing this character since level 70. I believe the samurai starts at level 50, I want to say, normally. So I did skip a good 20 levels there. And it took me a little while to kind of figure out what I was doing. I had to look at some rotations and stuff like that, but I have the gist of it. I'm not a professional Final Fantasy XIV player. I'm not a hardcore raider in this or anything like that. Not claiming to be, so. But I can kill stuff and stay alive, and that's really what matters. All right, so I'm going to go see. I think I have like one leveling dungeon left. I've got these under my bookmarks. Let's see if I can find it. There's a really handy spreadsheet for this. I'd be surprised, like if someone doesn't have one of these set up for World of Warcraft, they should. But there's a nifty like dungeon guide spreadsheet that someone made where you can actually go in to this. And I'll see if I can show you guys real quick. So pretty sweet dungeon guide here. This is like Shadowbringers leveling. And when you're looking at the dungeon, it'll tell you like general notes before the first boss, what's up with the first boss, general notes for after the first boss and before the second, general notes, etc., etc. So I've been using this just to glance when I run a dungeon and go, okay, for this, you know, boss, I need to do this, 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 and then just kind of running the dungeons that way. So the last one I did was Malika's Well, and so I have this story spoiler one next, which maybe I shouldn't do that one on stream. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So anyway, I'm going to see, you know, if I can get to some combat and stuff, but I want to give a genuine impression of, I'll let you guys kind of see what playing Final Fantasy XIV is like. So there's a lot of this, right? And I'm going to turn off auto text advance. So there's a lot of this. There's a lot of these cutscenes where you're reading through text like you would be in an RPG. And I used to really not like this, and now I kind of don't mind, and I'll talk about that later. So you guys are definitely going to be lost. Don't worry about that too much. I actually don't even know how to make this like interesting as a stream. Yeah, we'll probably just go do some dungeons or something. That'll be a little bit more interesting, I think. And I actually do like care about the storyline in Shadowbringers. It's been pretty cool. I've actually really enjoyed it. There's a lot of notes in here that remind me of Final Fantasy IX. I don't know if that's the vibe other people get, but there's some things about this one that remind me of 9 quite a bit. There are like some airships. There's some weird characters, some jesters and stuff like there were in Final Fantasy IX. And I really like some of the enemy design in this expansion too. Also, the last time I streamed, for whatever reason, YouTube did not update my chat, and I missed like all the chat. Cass! Hey, there we go. So, yeah, I definitely wanted to mention that. The last time I streamed, YouTube didn't update my chat, so I just refreshed it, so hopefully I can see the chat now. So I can. Hey, Cass, how's it going? Yeah, you've got no attachment to the game. That's fine. Now, there are some cutscenes like this that are actually voiced. and not just text-based. There are also like full-on cinematic cutscenes as well, and then there are also like dialogue boxes and stuff that don't zoom into this like cutscene style view. Now, one thing I will say about the cutscenes like this in Final Fantasy XIV compared to World of Warcraft is like the faces, the expressions and stuff are way better. Way better. What are you? Besides, I thought that said blood orange, but now I know that says something a little different. Okay, so we're going back to our room. So I'm here. This is kind of like the capital city of the expansion. This is the Crystarium. It's very pretty. All sorts of crystals and stuff. And there's a fast travel network. So this would be the replacement for like your Griffin network and stuff like that in World of Warcraft. And to use the fast travel, you have to go find the little crystals. And then once you've attuned yourself to them, you can travel to them quickly. Never played. Yeah, I'm excited to show the combat for the samurai because I actually like it a lot. But this is a game where you definitely you kind of decide how much you want to fight to a degree. Like there's dungeons, there's little scenarios, like instance things you have to do, but you can honestly just kind of run through all the enemies and ignore them if you want and just keep progressing the story. So, and the story is the way that you get a vast majority of your experience. You're going to see here, like this green check mark means I finished this little story plot thread. So that's another thing that's interesting. Like when you're doing a quest, there might be several steps to the quest before you get XP. And then like, wow, every little step gives you XP. Even if it gives you like just a tiny insignificant amount, it gives you some. But in this game, it's literally, you'll have like a gray background with a check, and that means you've completed this step of the quest. But then the other thing that's cool is that like the quest basically give you a percentage of your XP bar. So I can look at this and see that I've got 37 million XP until the next level, max level. But I know that every major story quest like this gives me a little bit over 1 million XP. So that lets me know that I have about 37 quests until I'm done. Maybe a little bit less, definitely a lot less if I run a dungeon or something like that in there. Then it'll take a lot less time to get to max level. Hey, Amazona, you made a stream. That's awesome. All right, so I've got some quarters here, but honestly, they just kind of, yeah, you'll see right here, I got, what, 1.48 mil? And so each one of these will give me about almost 1.5 million. So it's a little less than 37, but you can kind of ballpark it that way. That's normally what I do. I go, oh, I got 37, you know. That XP, it'll pop in later as well. I've got some quarters, but these mainly just seem like a place for them to play out cutscenes for the storyline right now. The cutscenes are pretty cool. So you don't need any add-on for quests like you do in WoW for it to be helpful and intuitive. Christopher, hey, what's up? Oh, we got voice cutscene.
But enough about me. What of Armorang?
I'll catch up to you guys after this real quick. They do that a lot too. Your character kind of gestures and it's implied that they're talking about the thing that the person asked about. There's no, like, your character doesn't have voice dialogue.
Minfili is gone now. Which means the reason I must suffer this purgatory shall forever remain a mystery.
Oh shit.
What's the matter? Are you all right?
I don't know if this is going to happen. I was hoping this would happen. Be pretty dope. Ooh, that could be an interesting turn of events. I'm trying not to be like super spoilery here. I will talk about this story in a spoilery section somewhere else in the stream so that you can specifically like skip me spoiling the hell out of everything at that point. For now, I'm going to keep a lot of my comments to myself and hope they don't spoil too much, but... You get some dialogue options, but I don't think they actually like change the outcome of the dialogue or change anything in the story. You get a different like flavor response from the NPCs as far as I can tell. And I don't even know if that's really true.
Even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. No, it couldn't be. There's only one hero in this room, and it is not me. I'm just a shadow, cursed to wander.
Is the volume too low? You guys let me know, and I can turn it up if it's too low. All this gear I'm wearing right now is gear that they gave me when I boosted the character. That's why it actually looks cohesive instead of like a hot mess.
Forgive the intrusion, but Minfilia, that is, Reen, and the others were asking after you. Is everything all right?
Yeah, so characters explaining what's going on, basically.
That pain again? And did it pass? Thank goodness for that. I would not wish to see you suffer.
I don't know about this guy yet. I don't know about this guy.
Though I know only too well how much you have suffered on our behalf in recent days. Indeed, I have no right to impose upon you further. Nevertheless, I must ask one thing of you. That you survive this, no matter what. When the dust settles, you must return to your world, for the battles to come and the wars yet unwon. The final Light Warden is all that stands between us and victory.
I mean, look how the lips sync up here compared to, like, you know, that other game.
That may remedy the strange affliction which plagues you. Of that I have no doubt. Even if I had my pick of every Reflections heroes, I could not have asked for a finer champion.
Crazy.
I will not keep you from your rest any longer. Take as much time as you like.
Okay. So that should be the end of the cutscene there. Let me catch up on chat. Oh, nope, never mind. Some of this stuff I miss out on because I did do the skip just to get straight to Shadowbringers, but not all of it. Yeah, like this I'm kind of, but I'll explain that too. Oh, is this is like the same room I'm in, I think. Maybe not. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think this is part of one of the expansions I skipped. Small tidbit of information. Eorza is the world where the main story takes quest. And for Shadowbringers, you actually go to a different world called the First, I believe. And it's kind of like how, in Shadowlands, you go to a different land, the Shadowlands, and you're not on Azeroth. It's not exactly like that because the story is a lot different in Final Fantasy XIV, but like conceptually, that's like you're visiting from Azeroth to try to help this world, essentially. And so when he talked about Eorza, that let me know, like, okay, this is something that's referring to or happening to that other world, not the one that I'm currently engaged in. Yeah, this is a good representation. And I used to hate this, but I'm like, when we're done with the cutscene, I'm going to explain like why that changed. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. This room is a lot more luxurious than that other room was. 100%. All right, so now the cutscene's ending. Anytime you walk out of the room here, cutscene's over. So, okay, two things I wanted to talk about there. So this is pretty representative, I think, of a lot of the experience that you're going to have playing Final Fantasy XIV. There's a lot of cutscenes. There's a lot of dialogue. I would not put it quite at like visual novel level, but there's a lot. And I used to hate this, okay, for a couple of reasons. I hated the fact that it felt like all this storyline, all these cutscenes kept interrupting my gameplay. Right? I was like, I just want to play. I just want to fight stuff. I just want to kill stuff. And like, it was annoying. Part of the reason for that was because I didn't like really care about the story of A Realm Reborn. I just didn't. I wasn't engaged in it. Shadowbringers, and I would say what I have heard of, Heavensward, which is the second expansion. This is the third. And then the first expansion was Heavensward. And then Stormblood was the second expansion. That one just really intrigues me anyway. But those apparently have pretty good storylines. And Shadowbringers, what I've played so far, has had a really good storyline that I've been very invested in, like what's happening and what's going on. So no longer do these cutscenes annoy me to the degree they did before, because I actually want to know what's going on. But also, if you guys watched my most recent video where I talked about my disability and everything and how like it's really been affecting me, a nice thing about playing Final Fantasy XIV for me is that I get these breaks, these kind of extended breaks in between the gameplay where I'm basically just watching cutscenes and checking out the story and following along with what's going on in the game, and it gives my hands a rest. So it totally kind of flipped this around from like a negative, because the story wasn't interesting and I wasn't worried about, my hands, to a positive because the story is really interesting and it gives me a break. So that's one of the reasons that my opinion on this has like changed completely. All right, let me catch up on chat. Let's see. Just started FF14 as well, and the music is fucking amazing. You're absolutely right. The music is really good. And I love the opening theme at the title screen, just that, oh, that stuff is too good. Actually ready to go to bed, but I saw your comment that you're going to stream. Decided to say hello. Thank you. Appreciate that. Tried this game more than a couple times. It could not get past a few levels. 100%, okay? I'm going to tell you straight out. Like, in my opinion, A Realm Reborn, the beginning of this game, sucks ass. People will tell you, oh, the story and this and that or whatever. I played it after they made some changes to the leveling to make it easier. Since I've done it, they've made even more changes to make it easier and faster to get through A Realm Reborn, but it sucks. It sucks ass. And everybody keeps saying like, oh, well, it gets better and it gets better. And I was like, yeah, okay, well, when? Because this is terrible. And, I mean, they were right. Okay, they were right. The gameplay gets better. The story gets better. Basically, everything gets better. Like, significantly better. But that first 50 levels of A Realm Reborn is a slog-filled nightmare, in my opinion. That is part of the reason I paid for the skip. And the thing that pissed me off, actually, in retrospect, is I should have paid to skip A Realm Reborn and then played Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers, but instead I played all the way through A Realm Reborn, which is garbage, skipped Heavensward and Stormblood, which I got a mild spoiler for Heavensward that made me really want to go back and play it now, as someone who's played a lot of Final Fantasy games in the past. And I always wanted to play Stormblood, and I skipped those just to jump straight into Shadowbringers. And like, I should have just skipped A Realm Reborn and just been done with it. But I'm more frustrated that I didn't get to play Heavensward. Well, I did play Heavensward when it launched, but not very much. I didn't get to play Heavensward or Stormblood when they came out, and I'm more frustrated by that. But there's another aspect of this that I'll talk about here in a bit, which makes that not as terrible. By the way, I checked that game you mentioned, and it looks cool. Didn't hear about it before. We do play Grounded sometimes. It reminded me, oh, Astroneer? Yeah, Astroneer is amazing. My wife and I play that a ton. Get to rest your hands, it's really nice. Yep. Such a good silver lining. I'm having a hard time getting started. Yes. So I guess it depends on the reason you're having a hard time getting started. And honestly, me being me, if I can help you guys with that in some way, if there's a reason that it's hard for you to get started, let me know, because I'd be happy to help in any way I can. But I will tell you straight up, like, it's a slog. Like, 1 to 50 is a slog. I didn't have fun until probably around 2025, and I'll talk about that when we get to combat. But I think there's a pretty big reason for that, and it's so different when you get closer to max level. It's so much different. All right, so you see it chunked in that XP, so I'm at 1.7 mil out of 37. So we got a solid, like I said, probably 35, 36 quests, maybe a little bit less. All right. So then literally all I'm doing here, I'm going to go over to the Ocular, which is this place right here. And they are probably going to do some more cutscenes. And that's a lot of what goes on here. You spend a lot of time doing cutscenes, and then you'll be traveling place to place, and you can stop and fight things if you want to. But the majority of the combat I do is because I'm doing dungeons, I'm doing fates, trials, that kind of stuff, which I actually really like compared to just going around doing like normal quests. And I'll probably say this multiple times, like, we'll get to the combat, but it's not like WoW where they make you go out and kill like 50 things to get 5 drops. Like, they'll literally say like, hey, we need you to collect 3 things. You go kill 3 monsters and you have the 3 things, and you take them back and you get the 1.5 mil, experience. Like, they really don't waste your time with that shit. And there's a lot of characters I actually like. Like, let's see if they talk for this one. If it's voiced or not. Seems like it's going to be. Oh shit, the epic music. I love that character right now anyway.
There you are. May I assume you've had your fill of rest?
Okay, they are going to voice it, so we'll wait. Actually, there's not a single character in this room that I don't like, to some degree.
Now that we are all present, let us speak of our plan. Thus far, we have vanquished 4 light.
This motherfucker looks so cool.
Only one remains, that of Calusia. And with Reen to guide us, I am certain we will find it.
Actually, that guy that I said looks cool, he's the class that I actually want to be. End game.
We're so close now. If we can just take care of this one last warden, we'll rob the Sin Eaters of their final foothold and drive them out of Norvrant once and for all. It will be a new beginning for the First, a chance for the people to rebuild their world.
Whoa, what's going on, game?
In short, a prize worth fighting for.
What is wrong with that? That was weird, but this has never happened before. Okay, you can stop talking now.
Delivering the first from destruction, so too shall we unsow the seeds of the 8th umbral calamity.
This bro over here, man, he just talks, I don't know, like he's got a PhD or something. It's crazy.
Do you hear? Your dreams of rejoining is in jeopardy. Are you sure you're not tempted to intervene?
You labor under the misapprehension that vanquishing the Sin Eaters is tantamount to saving the world. It is not. In truth,
Oh, spooky
you
music
only
coming
delay
in.
the inevitable, lengthening your fleeting lives by the smallest of margins.
No, she's still talking. What's
It would be
going
churlish of me to deny you this small
Look at her.
concession, close as we've become. Foolish and misguided though you are not without.
Yeah, look at that guy. Dang. His outfit is dope.
Each and every one of you is possessed of a noble heart. When the weak want for succor, you do not hesitate to provide it. Alas, your nobility is short-sighted. You think only of the problem in front of your nose.
The voice acting is quite good in my opinion too, for most characters. Nope.
Lives may seem
I just missed something.
to the likes of you, but one does not need to be an eternal being to achieve lasting change.
If I may stop you there, I do not claim that we Ascians are special. That is another misconception. In the beginning, everyone lived nigh for eternity. Such was the natural order of things. But like so much else, this was taken from you. You won't object if I borrow your plaything?
Ooh, spooky time stuff. We're getting a history lesson here. In the universe.
Past, when the world was one and whole, a great calamity.
This actually isn't really spoilery. It's like a good backstory on like what the universe of this game is.
It began without warning. The very laws of the star were warped and broken, and chaos swiftly spread throughout the land. Faced with annihilation, we sought to imbue the star with its own will. Thus was Zodiac born, and by his power was order restored. Ere long, however, thankless fools began to fear that Zodiac's might was too great, and so they conjured another to keep him in check. Your own dear Hyder.
And the two beings waged war until, with a single devastating blow, Hydaelyn unmade Zodiac, scattering his being across space and time. So you told us in the Katana Ravel.
Yes, yes. And there began our woes, with Hydaelyn's blow and all that it wrought. As a counterbalance to Zodiac, Hydaelyn was created with the power to enervate her foe. This singular ability strikes not at such banal things as flesh, but everything that defines the target, diluting its existence.
Typical Final Fantasy
example,
plots.
Were she to strike you? two individuals, identical in appearance yet reduced in all respects. Strength, intelligence, the soul itself, all is halved. Do you see? This self-same fate befell not only Zodiac, but the very star.
This is actually a really good background on the game universe here. So if you're seeing these, basically we're in one of these right now, and we come from a different one.
We were fortunate enough to escape the Sumbering, me being one of them. When I beheld the shattered remnants of our home, I knew deep in despair.
I'll get to that comment in a minute, Chris.
The inhabitants of these 14 fragments were feeble, frail and foolish, oblivious to their imperfection, ignorant of their past. Malformed creatures thrashing blindly about, pitiful, disturbing, depressing. So, we took it upon ourselves to rejoin the worlds. But in our eagerness and, I confess, our ignorance, we erred and made a useless void of the 13th. It was only afterwards that we discovered a connection twixt source and shard. A flow of energy that maintains elemental balance. And thus did we arrive at our time-honored modus operandi.
From a purely Asian standpoint, it could be said that what you seek to do is only logical. But that would be to ignore the immeasurable destruction wrought with each rejoining. You have murdered millions, and this we cannot condone.
By your fragmented existence, you continue to give rise to tragedies far crueler than any calamity. But yes, moral relativism and all that. Case in point, I do not consider you to be truly alive, ergo I will not be guilty of murder if I kill you.
Stuff kind of makes you think.
Oh, don't look at me like that. You for whom I have only the highest expectations. A vaunted hero of the Source, 7 times rejoined. Long have I awaited one who might brave a path of lesser tragedy. A resilient soul able to endure the necessary pain. I dare to hope that my wait is over. So, finish your task and slay the Light Warden. Make proof of your usefulness, and then we may speak again.
Forgive me, my lord, but this could not wait.
Speak freely, Captain.
Oh, now what?
Our informant in Colusia sends word of unusual activity in Yulmor.
Yulmor is like the big bad empire in this story.
It appears their forces are entrenching themselves at key points throughout the city, making ready for an attack by all indications.
An intriguing use of resources. I rather doubt Lord Vorthry is concerned for the safety of his citizens.
You think he's harboring the Light Warden inside the city walls? Even if he does have some means of controlling the Sin Eaters, wouldn't that be a little risky?
I mean, that's what I thought he was doing, being honest.
Risky or not, if there is even a chance the Warden is hiding there, we will need to act fast. The longer we wait, the better prepared the Yulmorans will be.
Man, this music got like pretty dope.
Agreed. See to your preparations then and make for Calusia. God's willing, this hunt will be the last. Let us see it through to the end.
All right, let's go.
We should begin by assembling in Right. There we may assess the situation in Yulmore and decide how best to proceed.
Okay, so like I said, really indicative of how you play Final Fantasy XIV. All right, let me catch up here. Lamazona, thanks for tuning in. If you see this later when you're watching the VOD, I gotcha. Appreciate you tuning in. PhD of Eloquence, absolutely. The world building here beats Bad Nippleman Jailer by a Bad Nippleman Jailer Bad by a landslide. Yeah, that cracked me up. I absolutely agree, man. Like, for such similar, I mean, I think it's kind of funny. You get Shadowbringers and then you get Shadowlands, and like if you compare the storylines between the two of them, like in my opinion, this is just miles more interesting. Art style is beautiful. Yeah, I like and I don't like the art style. I think in the earlier portion of the game, like especially A Realm Reborn, the art style is very dull. There's a lot of like just desert, and the textures they're fine, but I mean, like once you get into the expansions, I think they actually started implementing a style to the art, not just, you know, like if you look at I'll see if I can show you guys, but like, I mean, this kind of crazy crystal tower thing makes this look really cool. These domes and stuff make this look really interesting. And this is something that I feel like they don't have a whole lot of in the Realm Reborn portion of the game. I think that portion of the game looks comparably a lot worse. But the same can be said for stuff like, you know, like World of Warcraft, like going to, you know, the Barrens versus the zone in Shadowlands. It's infinitely better. Okay. All right. I do have fast travel to zones, because I've been here before and I attuned to this crystal, so I can just boop across the map over there. This also keeps things moving. I feel like they really respect your time in this game, in everything except for the storytelling. The storytelling, they'll take as much time as they want to tell whatever story they have to tell. So, like, whether or not you enjoy that, I think you're gonna know, right? If you like storylines and stuff like that, and you'll appreciate it. If you don't give a rat's ass about the story, like I used to not care about the story, then you'll be incredibly annoyed. But you can also just like hyper skip through all these cutscenes. You don't have to sit here and watch them, and like you can literally hit escape and just skip 90% of the cutscenes if you don't really care about, you know, the story and stuff. And like I said, that's basically what I did in A Realm Reborn. But in Shadowbringers, I've been reading all the dialogue text. I've been reading or watching all the cutscenes. I have only been doing the main story quest. I haven't been doing any side quests. And I don't know if I'll follow the storyline of those side quests just as closely, but I've heard that there's some of the better ones, like better storylines anyway. So chances are I probably will. Okay. This Lord Vothri guy is somebody who reminds me of Final Fantasy IX, actually. Interesting reflection. This is kind of one of my least favorite characters. Like, I still like this character. I like all the characters that are in the main ensemble, but I have like less of a connection to this guy. Okay. So we're at a normal quest here now, and you'll see it says speak with people en route to Gate Town. 0 of 3 here. Actually, I don't want to track this one. Let's not track that one. That's like a side quest I gotta do later. There we go. So the thing about this is I will know that means I have to talk to exactly 3 people. Not like 8 people and 3 of them will be the ones that I needed to talk to. But like after I talk to 3 people, this quest will be done. Or this step on the quest will be done. All right. So a cool thing here is you get a companion. And of course, it being Final Fantasy, your companion is a chocobo. And you get to name your chocobo. You can actually feed your chocobo different stuff to change its color. And you can get what are called chocobo bardings, which are like armor and stuff for your chocobo, which I don't have any of that stuff. I just have the basic stuff here. My chocobo's named Sweet Bun. I named it after my rabbit. And your chocobo actually has a talent tree. Sort of. Not really a talent tree. But you can go, so like over in appearance, you can change the color. But like I said, you do that by feeding it stuff. And then you can give it different bardings for gear. Which I don't think I have any. But you can like unequip the saddle if you don't want the saddle. Boop. Yeah, I don't have anything special. But over here on skills, as you level up, as you fight with your companion, here's someone who has their chocobo like decked the hell out. Like, look at that. Yeah, that's a lot different than what I have. But as you level up your companion, you can put these skill points into one of 3 different trees. So defender, healer, and attacker. And I've been putting them into healer because just, you know, for leveling purposes and solo purposes, it's always nice to have a healer around. Especially in my case, I play, you know, usually gravitate towards tanks and DPS. So having a healer is always great. So right now my chocobo has a regen spell. They have a cure spell, and then they've got some increased HP, mind, and accuracy, which are just different stats. And you can also ride around on your chocobo. And your chocobo will actually fight with you in battle. And it'll cast those spells and stuff that you have put the points in for it to learn. So I got this big orange area. This is the area that my quest is going to be in. These are level 70, so they're probably not going to give me squat for XP, so I'm just going to ignore them. I do love this battle music that kicks in, though. That's pretty great. Let's see. How does one get this game? Asking for a friend. There's a free trial. And one of the big promo pushes that they're doing right now is the free trial actually includes all of A Realm Reborn, and it now includes Heaven's Ward, which is that first expansion. So you can play, I think, to level 60 or so. Quite a lot of content just in the trial. The game, you can either get it from the main website from Final Fantasy 14. You could also install it, download it, and stuff via Steam. And I would recommend, I don't know if I can show this. I'm going to try. I know there's a thing here. I would recommend that you download an alternate launcher, but I'll maybe talk about that later. Hey, we get to do some fighting. Here we go. Let's go, Chocobo. So like I said, I am playing a samurai. I'm not really ready to explain the combat at this point. Just keep things moving. All right, so I think we still have So we got 2 orange areas. So we still have one in here and probably one over here somewhere. So there's going to be another... There should be another person here we have to find, but I'm going to go ahead and go to this next area just in case. So yeah, there's a free trial. You could play up the Heaven's Ward. And it won't include every class in the game because some of them are expansion specific. But initially you can't play any of the expansion specific classes anyway. Okay, cool. I did not have to fight him. So the other person is going to be over here. I just summoned a different mount. And so my companion disappeared, but they'll come back when I dismount. One thing I don't like about the mount system in here, which may just be something I don't know at this point, is like if you go to attack something, it won't auto dismount you. You have to like hit the dismount button or the mount button or whatever, and then you can start fighting. And I always like it more when you can kind of just like click on something and then hit an attack to like launch yourself into combat instead of having to be like click and then like, I don't know. It's a small nitpicky thing, but it matters to me. All right, so that was the 3 people. That was it. Those were the 3 people that I needed to talk to. Now I have the green check mark here, which means that this quest is going to be a turn in for XP. And if it wasn't, it would show just a regular check mark that wasn't green. Jailer definitely needs pasties. Now that's what makes him intimidating, right? Badass voice acting. Hey Set, what's up? Waiting for bad evil laugh. They never get that right. I'm trying to remember bad evil laughs that I've seen in this game. I like my instinct is just to say they've been a mixed bag. Man. Okay, so I gotta pick some food buffs. They give you different stuff, but they also give you a 3% XP bonus, which is kind of whatever. I like skill speed. That's fun. I don't really care. Like, are we gonna go straight into a dungeon? Like, this raid on this town I feel like this should be a dungeon. Bunch of people staring like zombies.
Strange. Passing strange. By their behavior, we may safely assume that they are under Vorthri's mind control. Yet the extent of the effect seems to vary dramatically between subjects. It is far too pronounced to be attributed simply to the vagaries of innate magical resistance.
Curiouser and curiouser.
By the way, if you guys have questions about specific stuff, please let me know. I'm hoping I'll get around to talking about everything at some point, but if you're watching and you want to know about something in particular, like to the best of my knowledge, combat, you know, talents, anything, just let me know, and I can jump on that when we're not in a cutscene.
We met with no trouble en route. My thanks for securing the way. But given the state of the townsfolk, I see we were never in any danger of being recognized.
Yeah, this whole castle airship thing reminds me of Final Fantasy IX as well.
I sense a powerful eater in the uppermost reaches of the city. But there's something different about it. Its light is impure. We need to get closer.
So that one's Alfino. Well, unless you're triplets.
Kaishir, what are you doing here?
While I was scouting the area, I noticed a suspicious figure skulking about. So I accosted him, only to have him call me Alfino. I thought it best to bring him along.
You see, that informant who's been feeding secrets to the Crystarium, it's me.
This is a guy you rescued earlier.
After you saved my life in Newmore, I thought about going somewhere far away, but I couldn't just leave, not without paying you back. So I decided to stay here, keep an eye on things, and whenever I spotted something strange, I shared it with your friends.
That took no small amount of courage. Well done.
I assume you saw what happened here.
Right, so an airship flew in a bit ago, and not long after, Vorfree starts ranting and raving. You could hear him from all the way out here. Geezer was doing his nut, shouting and screaming like someone had nicked his pie.
Tis like the airship bore the soldiers sent to thwart our efforts.
I like
in
his
our
outfit too. He's a astrologer right now, or astrologian, 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 whatever. However you want to say it.
So eventually the yelling dies down, and then this hot, sticky wind comes blowing through. Now that's when everyone went funny. No, everyone but me. Well, me and a couple of newcomers, though even they started mumbling about Vorfree after a while. Not as bad as the rest, mind you.
Newcomers.
She's a black mage.
There's something I need Reen to see.
I think she's a thief or a ninja.
This was among the townfolk's food stores.
It's a light bun.
Oh, that's just meal. You almost doles the stuff out.
No, it couldn't be.
No, don't tell me this is some weird shit.
I know what it is.
Are they feeding them sin eaters?
It's Sin Eater.
Oh
God! It's made out of Sin Eater.
Oh, what the hell? What the fuck?
So it is. In limited quantities, it may have little effect on an average individual. Yet if one were to consume it regularly, over a period of several years, I suspect it would do far, far more than merely nourish the body.
That Vorfree wieldeth power over sin-eaters is known. Could it be that those who partake of their flesh do thereby render themselves susceptible to his influence? It would serve to explain why the town's newer arrivals succumbed less quickly than those raised on a diet of meal.
Bro, I just want to say this shot here looks fucking amazing. Like the lighting, the color scheme, like holy shit, this looks so good. Like this particular shot, man.
He's been rounding up sin eaters and feeding them to people, altering them mouthful by mouthful, all to stop them answering back.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what we were just talking about.
There are desperate souls out there killing themselves to escape turning. This is unforgivable. An atrocity.
These Sin Eaters. What if they are not simply rounded up?
You know what's crazy to me? Like, look how just like shocked and terrified she looks. Like, they get these like facial expressions in these cutscenes like on point. He looks pissed. Like,
do you remember what we were told when first we came to the city? Many enter, but none leave.
oh no. Bruh. No.
Let us put an end to it.
Oh my
To this
god.
paradise built upon the bones of the poor. Volthra's deeds are beyond justification, beyond forgiveness. Evil.
It's highly probable that the Light Warden is waiting for us somewhere in there, and I'm all for going after it.
He's a gunbreaker.
But our enemies know our faces. They know that we are coming, and they will not let us through without a fight. Like it or not, the time for stealth is past. Now, my friend, if you would be so good as to lead the charge.
Man, what the hell? Okay, I need to explain like a little bit of that, I think. Okay, so real quick, sort of like the big bad guy enemies in this are called the Sin Eaters, and they're basically these beings made of light, and if they attack you, they can basically convert you into a Sin Eater, and then you turn into a crazy monster made of light. And like that's a big thing in this game, is like, don't get corrupted, and if I'm corrupted, please kill me, and all this stuff. And basically what was just implied there is that the person that rules this town was taking people in, rescuing them, because this town is sort of a haven from the Sin Eaters. They live in harmony with the Sin Eaters, and it was just implied that basically they're bringing the poor people in, turning them into Sin Eaters, and then feeding them back to the people in this village as that mule. What the fuck? What the hell? Okay, now that's a dress. I mean, it's pretty baller, actually, for what it is, right? Have you ever been in Poland, Rogalski? No, I've not. I've never been out of the U.S. yet. It's a goal. Just a game recommendation, Interstellar Pilot. The free version is the funnest space game ever. I'll have to check it out. No, he's like, oh, really? I bet I'll come back. Yeah, so... yeah. Okay, that's terrifying. Okay, let's keep going. So you can see that time, you know, I turned the thing in, and it didn't give me any quest XP because I didn't have the, you know, the green check mark. Okay, so this is going to have quite a bit of combat in it. So this is a duty calls. And this basically means that this is a instanced piece of content that I have to complete solo. And it's going to basically be a battle to break into the city, essentially. So you do get these, even if you're in a party, you have to do these things for your like by yourself. It will level sync you down regardless of what level and stuff you are, so that you match the level and the item level, so everyone's kind of on the same playing field. And that's another talking point that I wanted to get to in the stream, and hopefully I'll remember, is talking about the same playing field. So we're going to get into some combat here, and hopefully I'll get to tell you a little bit about the samurai and combat in Final Fantasy XIV in general. Have to go to a meeting, be back in 30? Okay. See you back in 30. Let's go.
I can feel it. A dark presence in my domain. Ah! It's them! The villains who would sow chaos in my perfect paradise! Keep them away from me! I command you! Keep them away!
Nice. Oh, don't make us kill the civilians. What is this? Yo, they are walking super weird.
He would use his own people as shields.
Of course he would.
This area is older than Gate Town. There are bound to be far more civilians under Volthra's control. But they do not act of their own free will, and we must not harm them.
As if we ever would. Press on with Alphano. We'll hold off the civilians and join you as soon as we can.
All right, let's go. Okay, so duties commenced. All right, so we are going to get started here with some fighting. Now, one thing about Final Fantasy 14 that people talk about a lot is they have a pretty lengthy GCD, global cooldown, for their abilities. It's like 2.5 seconds. And I think right now, I want to say WoW is like 1.5 seconds. So the combat feels slower in Final Fantasy. When you start out, it feels way slower. And that's because you don't have a lot of abilities. I think WoW doesn't feel as slow, but it still feels as like repetitive because you only get a couple abilities and you're casting the same abilities like over and over again. But in here, you one, don't get a lot of abilities to start with, and then two, you have that longer global cooldown as well. And that makes it so that it definitely feels like the combat is not super great. But as you level up and you get a lot more abilities, and you get some abilities that are not on the global cooldown, the combat starts to get a lot more interesting. And I'll see if I can like explain that a little bit. So a lot of the abilities I have a global cooldown. So if you see the recast time, like 2 seconds, these have a cooldown, right? So like Jinpu has a cooldown. But then I have stuff like Hitsatsu Shinten here, which has a recast of 1 second, which is shorter than the global cooldown. And also, let's see. These can be cast, like this can be cast while the global cooldown is active. And I'll see if I can show you that here. So like, you'll notice the global cooldown going even on the abilities that I'm not casting. So you see like the swipe here. Like if you look at my number 4 ability, right? It's doing that swipe every time. But if you look at my number 9 ability, right? There's no swipe. Right? So there's no swipe of the global cooldown, which means I can cast that off the global cooldown. So even though there's like a selection of your skills and abilities that are on that 2.5 second global cooldown, you actually end up casting some of these other abilities in between as needed. So the combat doesn't feel as slow later on as it does initially. And I'll try to check chat between rooms because I know you guys will have questions. Now there aren't any like talent. So that's an indicator that actually tells you to stack up so that you can distribute damage between people. Like if I hadn't stacked up on him, he would have taken 100% of that damage, but it got split between the two of us instead. I'm gonna guess we probably shouldn't overlap this. The visual cues in this game are also like pretty distinct as well. Like pretty easy to understand even if you haven't experienced them before. Like that specific attack before. Like I said, I'm not like a pro or anything at this. Alright, so we stack up again. I can also pop third eye there. Boom, heal myself up. I know that's not going to mean anything to most of you, but that's okay. I do have an ability that will jump me out of the AoE there. Alright, stack up again. You can see the cast bar up here. I can cast third eye, get hit, heal myself. So yeah, so as a samurai, I'm trying to juggle buffs. I'm trying to use this kinky gauge, which is kind of like a rage meter, almost for a warrior. And then I also have these, I think they're Iejutsu is what they're called, that I can use to execute different types of special commands. So there aren't any talent points, but when you get closer to max level and you start getting a lot more skills and stuff, the complexity of the combat, I think, becomes quite interesting without even needing the talent points and stuff. Okay, I'm moving to the next level by myself. I was like, why can't I attack those guys? A Shadowbringers theme is fire. It is. I don't really like the theme from the Endwalker trailer, like the semi-emo music that they used. And I'm an emo guy, so it was like trying to be Linkin Park, but not. Oh, this motherfucker. Damn, and he's just like full out.
My master in his chamber.
This dude's a fucking boss. Like, he's a boss, but he's a boss. Come on, Thancred, where are you at?
But only should you kill me this day. And you will not.
Bro, this guy is fucking cool.
You may think me under his spell, but I uphold Lord Vorthre's ideals of my own volition. Man is an inherently flawed creature. In his vain pursuit of righteousness, he but sows the seeds of future conflict.
So the next expansion of this game is coming out in November. It's called Endwalker, and they're adding 2 new classes, and one of them is the Reaper, and the Reaper uses a scythe and stuff. He looks like this guy. It's pretty cool.
Thus have I chosen to place my hopes upon he who has transcended men, upon he who is unbound by the vagaries of conscience. But enough talk. I am a soldier, and you are my enemy. Come, let us settle this once and for all.
Bruh, just join my team, man. I don't want to fight this dude by myself. It's probably going to take a while. Ooh, all the stuff. Damn. Got hit. What the hell is that? Oh god. Ugh. I mean, there's like nowhere I can dodge, right? Holy cow. Ugh. Okay. No, what are you doing? Must be because I'm streaming. I don't know. I've never had these like freeze up issues. Oh, can I kill the thunder spears? No, it doesn't look like I can. Looks like I just get hit. That is some bullshit. I don't actually really know what to do there. Oh, I'm casting the wrong ability. That is not good. Oh, there we go. Okay, get back. No! Oh, this is driving me nuts. Yep, that sucked. That sucked a lot. Okay, he's gonna push me into the burn. I want to be like right there. It's good. Heal up. Damn, he hit me anyway? Alright, potions on cooldown. Okay, I did not figure out what to do for this one. I think I need to... Do they all go off at the same time? Damn. Oh. Shit. Oh shit, this dragon thing. Oh damn, there's nothing I can do about this really. I don't think there is anyway. Oh, I gotta like try to burst him down. Shit. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Ah, why are you freezing? Okay, let's go here. Let's go here. I'm not gonna burst this dude down. Like, what the? It's not happening. Not happening, man. Oh, this is really not good. Can I kill the... Oh, I can kill the serpent heads. Son of a gun. I did not realize that. Oh, fudge. I may die now because I didn't realize I could do this. Oh, come on. No. Oh, my goodness, man. I didn't know I could kill the freaking dragon heads. Ah. You gotta be kidding me. There was a scene, there was a stage earlier where you fight this guy and you did not kill the dragon heads. Like, it was implied that you basically couldn't do any of that. I don't need to put it on easy mode, okay? I died because I thought I had to burst him. Ugh. Lame. Well, here we go again. I should get him this time, though. I got his like attack patterns and stuff figured out. All right, let's get our buffs going. So I've got Shifu, which is my 2. That gives me a buff that increases the cast speed of some of my attacks. Then I've got Jinpu, which is number 4, and that increases the damage of my attacks. So those are the 2 main buffs that I'm trying to keep up as I fight here. And you can see those buffs up top here. So anytime they're going to run out, I basically want to try to rebuff them. Can talk about some samurai combat here this time through. That way you guys can maybe follow along with what I'm doing. So I try to keep those 2 buffs up, right? So I'm about to lose Jinpu. So I want to rebuff that. And to rebuff Jinpu, I have to do a combination of moves, basically. Or to get the buff in the first place. So for samurai, like a lot of your stuff starts with this move right here, Hakaze, which is like the intro to your combos, right? And basically what you'll see is that your abilities will show some sort of little dotted border around them when they are ready to be cast, or if they're normally just ready to cast anyway, when their combo variant is ready to be applied. So for samurai, I basically start with Hakaze, and then I can go 3 different directions with it. So I can either go into Shifu, number 2, to get the weapon skill cast time reduction. Or I can go into Jinpu to get the damage buff. Or I can go into Yukikaze, which basically increases my Kinky gauge, this thing here that I should have like cast already. Oh, okay. I don't have any So you start with Hakaze, then you go 3 directions. You can go Shifu for the buff, and then you finish off that combo with Kasha, which basically, oh, this is gonna suck. Oh yeah, he took a ton of damage because I didn't stack on top of him quickly enough. You can do Kasha, which will basically just finish out that combo. You can go into Jinpu, and then there's a 3rd step for that one here, which is Gecko. And Gecko is just like the combo finisher for that. Or you can do your Yukikaze and increase your Kinky gauge. Alright, let's not stack these. So generally what I'm trying to do is keep those 2 buffs up. And then I'm also trying to get my Kinky gauge up, right? So I have a couple abilities that can use the Kinky mechanic. So I have Hisatsu Sine, which is just a really strong attack that uses Kinky. It requires 50 and it has a 2-minute cooldown. And then my sort of Kinky spam attack is Hisatsu Shinten, which takes 25 and is a pretty strong attack as well. So as my Kinky gauge builds up, I spend it on those 2 abilities mainly. So the reason that you complete your combos is so that you can get these up here, which I forget exactly what they're called. I'm going to have to double check and get the exact name. But basically, completing one of those combos I just talked about gets you one of these symbols. And depending on how many symbols you've accumulated, you do different special attacks with them, which is pretty cool. And we'll look at those the next time I get to fight. Which is going to be against this general again. When I say combos, I just mean sequences of abilities that you cast. And I'll show you what I mean. Hopefully I can do it while I'm fighting this guy. Well, I don't think he attacks me until I attack him. So right here you can see in the tooltip, you see Hakaze. Delivers an attack with a potency of 200. That basically just means it takes your damage, whatever, like your weapon damage or whatever, and it doubles it, right? And it also increases your Kinky gauge by 5. So this is my Kinky gauge right here. If you look at Shifu, it says delivers an attack potency with a potency of 100. So it just does like your flat damage. It says combo action Hakaze, okay? So if I just cast Shifu by itself, it does a potency of 100. It does 100% normal damage. However, if I cast this after the combo action, which is Hakaze, then the potency changes from 100 to 320. So it does over triple the damage. And you get a combo bonus, which reduces weapon skill cast time and recast time, spell cast time and recast time, and auto attack delay by 10%. And that buff lasts for 40 seconds, and you also increase the Kinky gauge by 5. So if all you do is cast Shifu by itself, you get an attack with a potency of 100. But if you cast it after Hakaze, you get all those bonuses. Then you have Kasha, which Kasha delivers an attack with a potency of 100. Its combo action is Shifu, which is this ability here we just talked about. So if you cast Kasha on its own, you get the 100 potency damage. But if you cast it in combination after Shifu, then you get 480% potency, so over 4 times the damage. It increases the Kinky gauge by 5. If you're flanking, it increases the Kinky gauge by 5, which I can't really do in this. I can do in this battle. Flanking is just being not in front of the character. You'll see there's a little arrow there. If you're like back behind him, it counts. And then this also grants Ka, and Ka is one of these symbols here. So that's what I mean by combo, right? So it's the same thing if you do Hakaze and then you do Jinpu. Jinpu has a combo action with Hakaze as well, and then Gecko has a combo with Jinpu. So basically, and then finally this one here, Yukikaze was the other one I was talking about, also has a combo with Hakaze. So you hit one, you hit Hakaze, and then you have a choice of 3 different directions that you can go for combos, right? You can go Shifu into Kasha, you can go Jinpu into Gecko, or you can just do Yukikaze. And like I said, the second step of that combo always gives you some sort of bonus, right? So you get the speed with Shifu, you get the attack bonus, increases damage dealt by 10% with Jinpu, and then you get a massive increase to your Kinky gauge with Yukikaze. Right? And then the third step, Kasha, Gecko, and in the case of Yukikaze, just Yukikaze, gives you these symbols up here, which you'll see. So Kasha is going to give me this red one, Gecko is going to give me this blue one, and Yukikaze will give me this green one. Or it might be the blue and green are swapped, but you'll see what I'm talking about. I know it sounds a little weird, but... So you press an ability, have a choice of 3 paths, and each gives a different buff, builds up the Kinky gauge, which you spend on mega attacks while trying to do combos. Yes and no. So the Kinky gauge isn't really your mega attacks. Your mega attacks are actually these symbols here. So I'll show you what they do. Basically, if you have one symbol, you can do one attack. If you have 2 symbols, you do a different attack, and if you have 3, you do a third attack. So you can do your combos and build up to specific attacks that you want to do. And I'll show you what those are and like when you might want to use them. All right, so a couple other notes, like this second bar, 1 through 5. This is all my like AoE stuff for attacking multiple targets, so you won't really see me use that. NP is just like a move that it's a ranged attack, one of the few ones you have on Samurai. It throws out a dagger, and it basically gives you enough Kinky gauge that you can cast Hisatsu Gyoten, which is your charge, like it charges you in. This costs 10, so if you ever are out of combat and you're trying to get back into the enemy, you always can do NP and then Hisatsu Gyoten to get in and charge. And then Hisatsu Yaten is actually the ability that jumps me out of it. It does like a back step. So when you see me jump out, it's because I cast this. And then the couple other things here. I have this ability, you'll see me hit this a lot, it's called Third Eye. It reduces the amount of damage that I take by the next attack by 10%, but it only lasts 3 seconds, so you have to time it really well, and if you do, you get a buff called Eyes Open. And if you have Eyes Open, you can either cast Merciful Eyes, which cures you, it heals you, or you can cast Hisatsu Saigan, which will deal, it does an attack that does a decently strong hit. So you can you have this, it's really like, you know, like this isn't stuff that the other classes do. This is very Samurai, and it feels that way. It's like you're predicting the attack, you throw it up, and then you get to heal or like counterattack, essentially. It thematically feels super fucking cool to do this kind of stuff and get the timing right. And then I have a couple other abilities up here that are based on my role that I'll click occasionally. The main one you'll see me hit is Second Wind, which is just a ability that restores some HP to me and has a 2-minute cooldown. Now I wanted to see if I had a better potion, but I need to put a better potion on my bar here. X potion can heal 1300. That's what I want, not the baby potion. All right, let's see if we can take this fool down now. I can kill the dragons, and obviously I have to because they basically one-shot me before. Also, I want to say, like, this area is really pretty. All right. Let's get ready for this. Welcome back, Cass. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build up to Shifu. Okay, I'm going to get my attack speed buff. That's going to give me Ka. Then I'm going to grab my buff from Jinpu, and I'm going to use my first ability here with Ka, which is this Higanbana. Basically what that does is that puts a damage over time debuff on him. Okay? So once I've got that, I can build back up. Right? So now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to generate the other symbols. So I'm going to go Gecko. That's going to give me Getsu, the blue one here. And then I'm going to go Yukikaze, which is going to give me the third one, which is Setsu. So now I have all three, and you'll see this ability is different. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this ability, and this is an attack with a potency of 800. So it's a single target, super strong, super powerful attack, right? If I have two symbols, which I'll get here in a second, I have this ability, Tenka Goken, which is basically your kind of like AoE finisher that I don't particularly want to use. Now, and I'm just basically just doing this to kind of showcase the rotation here. There's other stuff that I could be doing, which we'll get to as I kind of explain the basics here. Stay out of the yellow stuff. All right, so he has lost the buff. The damage over time debuff. Okay. So I want to reapply it to him if I can. Now you'll see I have two symbols. I can't actually cast that damage over time debuff ability on him because I have two symbols. So I have two options here, really. I can either get the third symbol and use my attack here, or trying to get the third eye. There we go. Get a little buff there. Pop that. Good to go. Or the other thing that I can do is I can cast Hakagure, which will convert my symbols into Kenki Gauge, which in turn will also reset the symbols. So I'll kind of show that here in a second. All right, he's going to push me. I want to be here. Now I want that to go off and then move over here. All right, I've got my Satsu Sensei, or whatever it's called there. This stupid ability. All right, so I'm getting my buffs back up, essentially. I just don't want to be where I'm overlapping here if I can help it. Get my heal going there. That hit really hard. And I'm going to go ahead and get my third symbol here. We're going to cast a potion. Ugh. Stay out of the stuff. Alright, he doesn't have my debuff, so I want to get that back up on him. Alright, we want to go here when we get pushed. Get that damage over time debuff going again. Didn't have my actual one here that I wanted. That's okay. This is gonna hurt. I want to get somewhere where I don't have overlap if I can. I really don't know how to prevent this damage. I'm sure there's a way. Alright, dragons? Yes, dragons. Where are they at, dude? Oh, he didn't do them yet. Okay, that's fine. Let's get that damage over time debuff going on him again. Hit me, bro! Okay, don't hit me with that, though. Alright, let's get rid of these dragons. Do I have to hit him a certain amount? No, okay. We're good, we're good. Alright, so let's build up our combos here. Oh, shit, we already killed that one. Okay. Damn it. Yeah. Screw you and your stupid attack. Also, why am I pushing the wrong button? Oh man, is he still gonna... He's probably still gonna hit me, huh? Let's go! Come on, motherfucker! Damage over time. Oh, we got our combo back. Come on, let's go. Come on. Come on. Get him. Hey! It looked like I barely got that. Oh, man. That was fun. That was intense. I liked it. Cutscene time. Maybe. I really hope this gives me more than a couple quests worth of XP. Get wrecked. Wow, now y'all show up? Okay. This is Vothri, a creepy guy. He reminds me of Final Fantasy IX. Also, it looks like he's eating one of his sin eaters.
Lord Vothri, your reign of tyranny is at an end. For too long you have preyed upon the desperation of the poor. Now you will answer for the suffering you have caused. And if you harbor even a shred of remorse, I beseech you to use your powers to redress the balance for the future of all in Norvrent.
Yeah, I will say, like, I've failed some of the dungeons and stuff before, but, like, it's always because of a mechanical thing that once I learned it, I was able to avoid it and play no problems. Like, that's something I really like about this game, and that might sound weird, but you can actually play through dungeons with a NPC party in this game if you need to, which sometimes you do, but... you know, DPS. You know, all the times in WoW where you're queued up for DPS for a dungeon and you're just sitting there and sitting there. In this game, you could do that, or you can take in an NPC party and basically just do the dungeon yourself, which is pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It's not a replacement for playing with other people, but it's something you can do. All right, bro. We can't fight him here. He's got to be a dungeon boss.
This is wrong. It's wrong. The Warden, it's not just a Sin Eater, it's a man.
I knew it. I knew it.
Remorse? For the future of all? What nonsense is this?
Creeper.
There is no justice but mine. No future but mine. No will but mine. It is preordained. I was born to deliver this wretched world. Me? Unseated? No. It's impossible. Inconceivable. Absurd. I am a great and wise king. Greatest and wisest. I reign from on high.
Seems like a fun game. It is. I'm really glad I got to show off that battle with Ranjit just then in this video, so you guys can actually see like a nice chunk of combat and kind of what like some of the dungeon bosses and stuff feel like.
I will not be brought low by maggots like you.
Bro, you're the one looking like a maggot, okay?
Oh, yes, of course. I can begin again. Rebuild my paradise. Once I finish my dinner.
Man, I kind of relate to that. I'll get this stuff done after I eat.
Oh God, no. Stop him! Thancred, stop him!
What the fuck? What? And those wings are doing all the work. Okay, I knew we weren't gonna fight him here. Like, he's got to be a dungeon boss. Dude is too important.
Where did he go?
Dude, I bet he goes to the Crystarium. What? What is it? Whoa, what the hell? Yeah, exactly. I mean, we went to different places there, but same sentiment.
Did Vorth redo that?
Yeah, how do we get up there, bro? You gonna shoot me out of a cannon?
Wait! That is Mount Golg, the highest peak in Calusia. It lies on the other side of a sheer cliff, and much as I wish it were otherwise, it is beyond our reach for now. But even if it weren't, there are people here who need our help.
Ever the noble one.
Oh, Alphino.
Please, even if it's only to tend to their wounds. Thank you.
I don't know if it will work, but if Vorthri's hold over the people is rooted in light, I might be able to reverse its effects. Will you let me try?
Yeah, why not?
Of course. We'd be grateful for any help you can provide.
Well then, if it's decided, let's all get to work.
We sent all the short people. I really like this palace, like the way it looks. Also, this music kicking in is pretty good too. Not gonna lie. All right, you guys, I'm gonna AFK for just a quick moment, and then when I get back, we'll continue on here. And I wanted to talk when I get back a little bit about equal playing fields and how I think, like, initially I didn't like the fact that this game doesn't have talents and stuff, but now I actually do. So that's gonna be my next talking point wherever I can fit it in here. But I'm gonna AFK for just a minute, and then I'll be right back, and we'll keep on going. All right. We're back. Had to go feed all my pets. My wife is out of state at the moment. She's coming back tonight. I gotta go pick her up in a few hours. But yeah, had to go take care of all the pets. Okay, let's see how much XP we get for this. Oh, it's just normal. But I think we got a little extra. Actually, I think we actually got like credit for the quest, and I think we got the same amount for doing that scenario. Okay, so we can attune to the 8th right, which basically means we can get the fast travel point here. There are, I mean, look how many people. There's been so many people playing this game. This is not even, is this like the city? This is a lot of damn people. I mean, it is kitted out like a main town. It's got like all the merchants and yeah, maybe this is like a more popular main city. Either way, there's a lot of people. All right, so we can attune to the 8th right, which means we can fast travel here, and it does look like that. Almost like this is the main city, so it may be. Okay, so we've got to search for enthralled civilians in the derelicts. So the one thing I like about this is you can always like click on the quests and then click map, and it'll show you where you need to go. And this is telling me like we've got a lot more aetherites to get. So right now we're in the canopy. So we need to go down 2 floors. So we've got stairs over here somewhere. Yeah, stairs or an elevator. Could be either one. I mean, I thought we did. I see stairs. Where are they at? Oh, maybe not. Figure it out. Oh, okay. It looks like maybe you have to go out into this section and then into the hallway. Yeah. So while we're going about this quest, yeah, here we go. These are stairs. I wanted to talk, like I said, about equal playing field and like why I initially didn't like that this game didn't have talents, and now I actually really don't mind. So if it weren't obvious, I mean, I just said it. The game doesn't have talents. It doesn't really have a real way for you to customize your class or customize your job. So you're not going to be like picking a specialization. You're not going to be putting in talent points or anything like that. Basically, your character has actions and traits. Your actions are the abilities that you have available to you through your job, which is what they call classes in this game. Then you have role actions, which are specific to the role you are. So I'm a melee DPS. So these are specific abilities I get because I'm melee DPS. You get traits, which are basically just passives. And then basically everything else in here is just general commands for the game, like teleport, you know, sprint, etc., etc. So that's all you get. And, you know, there's nothing for me to be like, oh, I want to get more power out of, you know, casting my Shifu Kasha combo or, you know, anything like that. And initially, you guys know me, I'm all about the talent builds and, you know, individuality and customizing your character and all that stuff. That's a lot of what my WoW content was based on. And so coming over here, I was like, man, am I really going to like this? Like, am I going to like, you know, not being able to customize my character and, you know, all that kind of stuff? And I was pretty sure the answer was going to be no. But it actually turned out that the answer kind of ended up being yes. And it's weird. I think it started when I was playing Sea of Thieves. So if you're not familiar with Sea of Thieves, it's just a pirate game on Xbox. It's on PC as well. It's developed by Rare. They're the company that did like Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong, stuff like that. And it's a weird game in the sense that everyone is on the same playing field. And that might sound a little weird, but you start the game and your character has a certain amount of HP. You have access to 4 different types of weapons. You never get better versions of those weapons. You basically every single thing in the game is cosmetic based. So at no point will you go up against somebody who has a better weapon than you have, if that makes sense. Everybody's always going to have the same equivalent. It just might look different. And it puts you on this in this state where it really all comes down to choices and skills that you make, not the quality of your gear or your weapon or like anything like that. Like if you're using the shotgun weapon and someone else is, you both have the same weapon, period. Like there's no difference. So who wins a conflict in that game comes down to strategy, planning, the choices you make, etc. And I found actually that I really like that because you can jump in the game at any point, and at any point you feel like you can be competitive because it really just comes all down to skill. Now, I bring up Sea of Thieves in that aspect because I feel similarly to Final Fantasy 14, where this is so weird, man. Like this, like music in the background makes this sound like sad and epic, and I'm just trying to talk about talent points. It's like a little fucking weird. But anyway, it's like, man, this is a really heartfelt story about talent points. Like, no, I'm just talking about talent points. But anyway, since I have the same abilities as every other samurai and I'm not customizing those abilities, the only thing that really matters is gear to an extent, right? Because there's still gear and better stats and higher item levels and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, gear is what it is. I'm basically doing the same thing as every other samurai, but it's just a matter of like, can I do it better? Can I do it more effectively? Can I do it while also taking care of the, you know, dungeon mechanics or raid mechanics or boss mechanics? Like, how efficient can I be? And it really does come down to like skill. And the kind of weird thing is like, no one's going to shit on you because you didn't pick talent A, B, or C, because you don't pick talents A, B, or C, right? It all comes down to like how you play the game. Let's see. I'm just gonna run upstairs. So in a weird way, I actually do like the fact that there aren't any talent points. Now, I can't say that I would prefer there not be talent points, because I might. Like, I haven't tried the game that way. And I might actually prefer to have talent points and some choices, but the kind of the alternative to that in this game is the fact that you can play every class on one character. And it's not an exact like one-for-one comparison, because in WoW you could pick a hunter, you could play 3 different specs, you can also roll an alt character, you know, and play a death knight or whatever. In this game, on the same character, like if you get tired of playing samurai in the samurai rotation, there's nothing you can really do about it, except you can play a different class on the same character. So if you're like, man, I'm tired of doing these like combos and building up this gauge, and I want to play something totally different, then you can hop over and play like a rogue or a lancer or a dark knight or conjurer or whatever on the same character, and all the progress and everything that you've made is tied to that one character. So you don't have to grind reps with like 8 different alts to get everything you need. You just do it on this one character. But on this one character, you can be like, literally my character right now can be any of these jobs. And it's super simple to change jobs. Like right now I'm a level 79 samurai. If I go right here and equip this, I'm now a level 50 red mage. Easy. Right here, level 3 archer. Level 60 gunbreaker. Like literally all I'm doing is changing the weapon I have equipped, and it changes my entire class. And so what I'm trying to do right now is hit level 80 on samurai, which I'm now starting to realize I may not be able to do during this stream. Unfortunately, I might have to come back for another stream. But if I do have to, I will, because I do want to hit max level on stream. I think that'd be cool. But anyway, changing your classes is as easy as that. I can hit recommended gear and equip, and I'll be good to go. All right, so let's keep going here. We got one more person to cure, I think. Usually most of the stuff here is done in 3s. Puts Kleenex away. I know, right? Guys, the talent points. I do like this track though. Like it's pretty chill. Okay. Let's go. And you do have a sprint you can use to go a little bit faster. It works in the water and stuff too, which is nice. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, I really like... Dude, I cannot... As someone who is an altaholic, you guys know, playing every class in World of Warcraft, being able to do that on one freaking character is so awesome. Because I can play all the classes, but all my like character-specific progress counts to all the classes. Imagine only having to grind the freaking rep. Like that would be game-changing for me in World of Warcraft. Because you guys know I hate rep grinds. And if I just had to do the rep grind one time, I still wouldn't love it. But I mean, that's a lot more bearable than being like, I want to play 12 different alts. I got to grind the rep on all 12 of them. Like, that would be such a game-changing, like, thing if they did something similar. Whether they made all the reps account wide so that it didn't matter, or whether they made it so you can, you know, change classes on the same character. Actually, the leveling should speed up a good bit now since I don't have a duty to do. Duties just generally take longer. Alright, let's see if we can plow through some of these quests now. Oh, there's a cutscene.
You're going to be all right.
I think that's the last of them.
We've done all we can for the wounded. As for the rest...
Aren't you Alphino? The painter boy? What in the world is going on? Did something happen to us?
Let me handle this. Citizens of Yulmore, what I'm about to tell you will come as a shock. Indeed, you may be loath to believe it, but if you trust the evidence of your senses, it is my hope that you will listen and accept the truth, unpalatable though it may be. Vortri is a sin eater. Everything he offered, everything he promised, was a lie.
Why'd I have to play this game the night before 9.1 drops? I don't know. I've been playing it all weekend. I've been trying to hit max level because it's always me who drops the ball when Aggie and I are trying to play. And since she's gone on vacation, I figured I'd try to hit max level while she was gone. And then that way she'd know, like, I'm already at max level, so she can get excited and play and not have to worry about me, like, you know, quitting after, like, a level or something.
Are you saying we were Vorthry's puppets all this time?
Yes, we were.
When you attacked us, you were not yourselves. That much is true. But your conduct prior to that moment was your own. Vorthry's unnatural charisma does not absolve you of all responsibility. Of your own free will, you came to this city and gave yourselves over to its pleasures. And in the course of this, if you mistreated those less fortunate than you, then that too was of your own free will.
Yeah, you scum.
It is not for me to judge you, but for your victims, for history, for your conscience. You have dreamed a twisted dream, but now you are awake. You may yet share this world of ours. Join with us and each other, that we might begin anew. We've lost so many already. We dare not lose any more. I have said my piece. My thanks for giving me the chance. There is nothing more to be done here. Let us go after Vorthry.
Is there anything we can do to help? You risked your lives to bring us to our senses, and I, for one, hope to repay that debt. Begin anew, as you said.
Vorthry has fled to Mount Gulg, and we mean to pursue him. Do any of you know the way?
The only way to Mount Gulg is over the Bright Cliff. Have you an airship?
Do we get an airship?
We will contemplate flight only as a last resort. Were we to come under attack whilst airborne, we would have little hope of defending ourselves.
Lame.
If at all possible, we would prefer to travel by land. Is there a way?
Well, the ladder is the only way up and down the cliff, but it hasn't moved in a long time. In the old days, it was operated by the mining folk who lived at the top. After the flood, it saw less and less use, and when Lord Vorthry took control, it was abandoned altogether.
So we somehow need to get the ladder working again.
It moves by means of a talos, if that's any help. But good luck repairing that.
Hey, we've already got one of those working.
Talos? Did someone say Talos? You know all about them, don't you, dearest? If anyone can get this lift moving, it's you.
I actually like her character.
Well, perhaps. But see here.
Oh, yes. If you want the golem restored, you may leave it to my husband. For he happens to be the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, foremost makers of Talos, whose contracts include the renowned mining venture of Armoreng.
Gasp.
It's been years and years since I had anything to do with it. I can't just pick up a hammer and set to work.
You can't?
No, that's not what I... It's just... All right, I will take a look at the Talos. But beyond that, I make no promises. Those with strong backs, come with me. I'll need help dragging the damn thing out of the storehouse.
Lady Ashfane, what are you doing here?
Well done, brother.
So true. Although she looked a lot more like Ursula to me.
Come, my friend. We have work to do.
Cool, give me some quests. I need some XP, yo. Okay, that music kicked in hard. What is the best starter class? Okay, so like I said, so you have classes and you have jobs, and they're kind of the same thing. You can just think of classes as like the introductory jobs, but all the classes you can still play it in game. So just think of it more as like some jobs you can't unlock until later, like Death Knight or Demon Hunter used to be, right? Or still are in the case of Demon Hunter. So you got a few different options. I don't know if I have them all pulled up here. Let me see if I can get them real quick. Because I know some other people are probably going to watch this and be like, you know what? I'll give it a shot too. So let me pull this up real quick and give you guys a rundown. All right, switch over to this real fast. Okay, so job guide, right? This is gonna, talk about actions and blah blah blah. We don't care about that. We're just looking at the jobs themselves. So you have tank, healer, DPS, and for DPS you have melee DPS, physical range DPS, and magic range DPS. Also, I'm really glad this music is not all sad and doesn't sound like I'm giving a heartfelt speech about jobs. So if you want to play the tank, I think initially you have the option to play as a warrior or a paladin. So warrior is going to be a big two-handed weapon wielder, and paladin is going to be like your sword and shield, right? Later on, you can choose the Dark Knight, which I think is available at like level 50 or 40, something like that. And then the Gunbreaker, which is the newest tank that they've come out with. So the Dark Knight also uses a two-handed sword, but uses a lot of like spooky dark magic and stuff. And then the Gunbreaker is like Squall from Final Fantasy VIII. He's got a combination sword gun, which is pretty cool. So if you want to go tank, initially you're going to go paladin or warrior. Sometimes these later jobs do require that you have... They used to require, I think, that you had a certain level in a certain class, but I think they got rid of that, so don't quote me on that. If you want to play a healer, I think you can start as White Mage or Scholar. And then Astrologian is or Astrologian, I don't know. Whatever. So White Mage is your, basically think Priest. Scholar is a Summoner, essentially. They can summon little pets to help them with healing and DPS, and then the Astrologian uses a weird like card mechanic. Now I haven't really gotten too involved in the healers. That's more Aggie's cup of tea, so she knows a lot more about those than I do. For melee DPS, you've got the Monk, which you can start out as, and I think you can start out as a Thief as well. Maybe a Dragoon? I can't remember. But the Monk is basically you just punch and kick stuff to death. The Thief has 2 daggers. And eventually with the Thief you can get the Ninja, which is kind of like your combat rogue or your rogue in general. So you've got, dual daggers and like crazy ninja moves. And then you've got the Samurai, which is what I'm playing. And then you also have the Dragoon, which is a giant, like a spear-wielding DPS class that uses a mechanic called Maim for different things. Physical range DPS, you can start out as... Oh, man, I don't remember. Let me see here. Hold on. Classes. I don't want to... Not jobs. I want classes. Okay, here we go. Got it. Okay. I knew I was like screwing this up a little bit. Some of these you can get to sooner than others, but you have to do them with particular classes. 14 class list. Let me see if I can get this for you. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is actually what you want to look at. What I said still applies, but so you start out with Gladiator. Gladiator can become the Paladin, right? So if you want to do the Sword and Shield tank, you pick Gladiator. Marauder becomes the Warrior. So if you want to go that route, you want to start Marauder. Pugilist becomes the Monk. Lancer becomes Dragoon. Rogue becomes Ninja. Archer becomes Bard. Thaumaturge becomes Black Mage. Arcanist becomes Summoner or Scholar. Conjurer becomes White Mage. Okay, so these are the base ones that you can choose from before you get into any of the expansions. So we talked about the tanks. We talked about the melee DPS. Let's do a quick overview for these as well. So physical range DPS, you've got Bard, Machinist, and Dancer. So the Bard is kind of like your Hunter-Archer style character. So they've got, a bow and arrow, and they do a whole bunch of range DPS. The Machinist actually uses guns, including a crazy flamethrower and stuff like that. So if you like guns, reload mechanics and stuff, you can go Machinist. And then the Dancer is the newest one, the newest ranged DPS class. And they use these, I forget what they're called, but these little like circle blades. And I'm the least familiar with them. And then for magic range DPS, you've got Black Mage, Summoner, Red Mage, and Blue Mage. Black Mage is your standard like elemental mage. It's going to use fire, lightning, ice, that kind of stuff. Summoner summons a pet to attack and also does a lot of warlocky type stuff like debuffs, energy drains. Red Mage is a combination of spell casting and melee attacks. So you have like a rapier, and you kind of weave between doing physical stuff and doing magical stuff. And then the Blue Mage is don't pick the Blue Mage. Okay, the Blue Mage is not an actual class that you can play with at end game. I don't know if I'd call it a meme class, but it's just a super OP class that can't play current content. And they get their attacks by killing monsters and gaining their... It's weird. It's just weird. So if we look at this real quick, all the ones in this first list right here are the ones that you can get in the base content. So if you're wanting to tank, you line this up and pick the type of tank you want, DPS, etc., etc. When you get to Heaven's Ward, then you can choose Dark Knight, Astrologian, or Machinist. These don't have any requirements or anything. So what you do is you basically go pick up a job change or job quest story, and then you are able to just unlock the class and start playing as it. But what you're going to notice is the prerequisites for playing any of the Heaven's Ward classes is that you have to be level 50 and you have to complete the main story. Then, if you look at starting level, when you switch to Dark Knight, your job level will be 30. So you will have to level back up to 50 to be where you were initially. So this is the case every single time. The expansion classes always start out 10 to 20 levels below the level of the current expansion. So this basically keeps people from just jumping in and everybody playing the new class because, for example, Shadowbringers is the current expansion. The current max level is 80. So you start at 70 and play to 80 if you're a max level character. But the Gunbreaker and Dancer start at level 60. So you don't start the Shadowbringers classes with the Shadowbringers content. You start them in the previous expansion. It does mean you don't have to level them up from level 1, but it also means that you can't just be like, I'm going to play Shadowbringers as a Gunbreaker and just day one go Shadowbreakers, Gunbreaker, and start playing Shadowbringers. You have to like get those 10 levels. So if you were going to play anything, you're either looking at picking one of these and then basically just playing that to max, or you pick one of these and then you get to the point that you can play the class you actually want to play, and then you take a little step back and you start over and build it back up. So, for example, I got to level 50 on my warrior. So that gave me the requirements that I needed to play as a samurai. And the samurai actually starts at level 50, so I was able to just switch from one to the other without having to take that penalty. But right now, if I wanted to switch and play Gunbreaker, I'd be switching down to level 60. I know that sounds a little weird, but... so, if you want to play any of the Heaven's Ward classes, you need level 50, and you need to finish the main story. For Stormblood, you need level 50. Shadowbringers, you need level 60. And for Endwalker, the upcoming expansion, you'll need level 70. Right? Endwalker doesn't come out until the end of November, so this stuff isn't out yet. Right now, Shadowbringers is current content. And then right here, although the Rogue and Ninja has no specific prerequisites, it's not available as a starting class, so you have to follow the same steps as acquiring any other class. Unlock class changing at level 10 and gain access to Limsa Laminza, which is just like one of the main cities. And then you can unlock it. So that's the only one you can't get like right out the gate. But jumping back to the base classes, Gladiators, your sword and shield. Marauders, your two-handed. Pugilist is melee DPS, fighting with your fist. Lancer uses a spear. Rogue uses 2 daggers. Archer uses your bow. Thaumaturge is your elemental mage. Arcanist is your what do you call it? Your like spell casting, like the one that uses it has a summon. It's like the prerequisite to being a summoner, essentially. And then the Conjurer is the white mage. So the Conjurer is the only baseline healer. The Arcanist does a little bit of healing as well, but Conjurer is the only baseline pure healer. Cool. I know it definitely is a little bit weird, but you got to think about it. If you were coming into WoW out of nowhere, trying to figure out what a demon hunter, was, or how to unlock it and stuff, it's kind of similar to that. But like I said, the nice thing about that is all the work you put into to get to like level 50 to play this class, it's not lost. So if we switch back over here, so you'll see like I played a warrior to level 30. My Dark Knight is to level 50. My Dark Knight's level 30 because I unlocked it. I haven't actually leveled on it at all. Gunbreaker is level 60, same reason. Astrologian, I unlocked this and then I started playing it a little bit as my healing class. And so that's why it's got like half a bar of XP. And I tried out a couple of these a little bit as well. And I did a little bit on Red Mage. So none of that is lost. And then the crazy thing, you want to take it to the next level? There are crafting classes. Like classes. Not pick a profession. Like I'm a level 15 blacksmith. But to be a blacksmith, you basically do the same thing. You equip the blacksmith item and it turns you into a blacksmith. And these crafting professions actually have their own actions and abilities and stuff. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's get our next quest. What? Yeah, they have their own classes. Yeah, the crafting in this is a lot more involved than it is in World of Warcraft. Yeah, I'll show you this real quick. Since we're on the topic, before we switch back to gameplay. So this is an example of the blacksmith. The blacksmith has different tools, right? They've got secondary tools. They have their own quest line. So there's an entire quest line. The classes have their own quest lines too, but these do as well. Leva quests are like a different type of repeatable quest that you can do. So this is all just blacksmith. Then there's more in Heaven's Ward. They keep adding them. And then look, these are the actions. So remember I said in this game, they call your skills and abilities actions. So these are my samurai actions. And you can see over here, these are the blacksmith actions. Like Master's Min, restores item durability by 30. Inner Quiet, grants a bonus to control with every increase in quality. Bonus stacks up to 11 times. Right? Right? Are you seeing this? Yeah. the crafting is a lot more involved. Alright, let's get back to questing. I got 2.5 hours maybe before I gotta go pick up Aggie. Alright, to the bottom rung we go. Okay, so we need to go out here. And I do not think I have anything... Oh, I can go to right. That's super cool. Yeah, it's one of the things that really appeals to me. So, like, you can actually just play Final Fantasy 14 as a crafter. You do have to progress through the main storyline to unlock some zones and stuff like that. But, like, if you hit if I hit level 80 and I decide, like, I'm done, I just want to craft now. I'm just going to be a crafter. I can literally just switch and just be a crafter for the entire rest of the game. And just focus on gathering resources, crafting equipment that's actually useful to people. And just improving my skill. So, I mean, you kind of have to have a class, like a combat class, like I said, to get through the main story and to unlock like zones and maybe certain features. But once you have that done, you can just switch and just entirely be a crafter. Or multiple crafters, because you can be all of them on one character. That's a big cliff. I know what I'm doing after work tonight. I mean, like I said, A Realm Reborn is a fucking slog. So... But I think if you've played Classic WoW or anything close to that, I mean, you'll be able to get through it. But as you can tell, there's a lot of story and stuff. So you're also not really going to rush to endgame or anything like that either. Unless you just skip all the story. Okay, we gotta gather some lumber. Now, if you did want to skip this story, this is something they introduced in Shadowbringers, and this is part of the reason that I was okay with boosting and skipping this story, is they actually have this thing called New Game Plus. And in New Game Plus, you can actually queue up to the main story quest line, some of the side quest lines and stuff as well, and play through them again on your current character to experience or re-experience the story. So even though I knew I really wanted to know the story of Stormblood, I wanted to skip to Shadowbringers and get to max level and be able to go experience all the parts of the game. And I knew that I could go back and play through Stormblood and all the storyline via New Game Plus, which is super cool. It's like if you could just go back, you know, which you can do, I guess, in WoW, is like you can go back and play through the main story of any of the zones or any of the expansions. So super cool there. So if you were trying to like get your level up, you can actually, it's totally up to you. You could just blow through everything, skip all the cutscenes or whatever, and then come back, and when you're ready to sit down and experience the story and stuff, play through it in New Game Plus. And you can play through the main scenario, chronicles, side stories, your role quests that you're able to do, your crafter quest, and your gatherer quests. Pretty awesome feature, I think. Why are you throwing your bowl, Lindsay? You can do all the crafts, yes. Never played Classic, but used to play BDO a lot. Yeah, anything kind of grindy. The game does have flying. And the flying in this is actually done a lot better than in World of Warcraft, in my opinion. First off, every mount can fly. It doesn't matter what type, what it looks like. My Chocobo could fly. But also, the way you unlock flying is as you're exploring the world, you run into these aether currents, which are these green swirly orbs, and you click on them. And once you've found all of them and clicked on all of them, some of them you do get from side quests and story quests. But once you've gotten all of them, you just have flying for that area. So it's not locked behind a reputation and it's not time gated, but you do have to do like some quests before you unlock it. But if you're doing the main story quest and you hit the side quests along the way and it'll show you which ones they are, then by the time you finish the main story quest, you just have flying. Alright, so we're going to go take some notes. This is probably going to be more like the normal cadence of the questing. Like running into that duty right off the bat was definitely... Those happen probably once per zone. Making me do math? Yeah, and like I said, I've never seen them be like, collect 25 of this or that or anything like that. It's always been like 3. Like, basically almost every time. It's like, just collect 3 of this and you're good. Okay, where is my other lumber stack? It's up somewhere. There it is. Yeah, I tried BDO and I really liked the combat, but everything else around the game I just was not a big fan of. The combat was sick though. What? How many blanks were there? Oh, okay. 74 plus 11 is 85 plus 24 is 109. Nope, that's not right. Did I mess up that math? I thought we had 74, 85. I'm getting 109. Need to check again. Okay, 11 and 24 is 35. 68, 9 discarded, 61. Oh, that's where I messed up. Okay. 61, 60, 73, 80. Okay. It's 106. You see my little buffalo calf? Look at him. He's so cute. Alright, let's head back. I mean, that's basically the quest. Like, I mean, it could have asked me to go kill 3 things, and I would have had to kill 3 things, and I would have been done. Like I said, it's very, I would say, respectful of your time. This little thing over here on the side is a fate. And this is kind of like a random world event. And you can participate in it and you get a score and it gives you a certain amount of bonus XP. Or just XP in general. Some of the fates have an XP bonus on top of the normal XP they would give you as well. These blue quests with the little plus next to them mean that they unlock some sort of feature for you. In this case, most of these are probably to get those Aetheryte flying points, which I'm just kind of ignoring for the time being. I'd like to get to a dungeon and be able to run one. Alright, let's start making this progress. 7 out of 37. Alright, we're gonna wait for the work. Freaking adorable, the little buffalo. I know, he's so cute.
Would you look at that? The citizens of Yulmore engaging in what can only be described as manual labor. Who would have thought it possible? Do you know the most reliable way to deal with those who stubbornly refuse to see reason? You conquer them, crush them under heel. Such was the trusted method of Alec, and one still favored by Garlemald. But conquest is the easy part. The true challenge begins once the dust has settled, quenching the glowing embers of animosity and maintaining a semblance of peace. This requires the conqueror to treat the conquered with dignity, and the conquered to let bygones be bygones, a difficult feat to achieve. But you have achieved just that, to my considerable surprise. It's a compliment. Take it.
I really like this guy. His outfit's cool too. I've seen some very interesting outfits in this game so far. They have basically a transmog system. It's called Glamours.
The vibrant energy that fills the air when like-minded souls gather. To think back on that time before time, fair brings a tear to the eye. What? You thought ancient beings like us incapable of crying? Well, rest assured that if your heart can be broken, then so can mine. Back when the world was whole, we had family, friends, loves. Men knew peace and contentment, and with our adamant souls, we could live for an age. There was no conflict born of want or disparity. Our differences paled into insignificance next to all we had in common. And then there was Amarant. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires, she fairly gleamed. Not that you would remember any of this. Never mind. The point is, the world of old was a far better place than what we have now. I believe you would like it, having witnessed the things you have. Remember, you are of the source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain. Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal. A complete existence in a complete world. But such talk is a pleasure for later. Back to work, hero. Ah, there was one thing I had meant to ask. How well do you know the Exile? Has he ever deigned to show you what hides beneath the cowl?
No, he hasn't. And that's why I think he's shady as hell.
What? Never? Even to you?
Kingdom Hearts mother.
How very interesting. I shall enjoy working out what it means. Until next time.
Yeah, the X-Arc makes me think of like the creepy hooded dudes from Kingdom Hearts. Even though I know that's an entirely different franchise. Well, kind of.
You could do it, dearest. I never doubted you for a moment.
Those are different than the ones we did before.
It's alive. I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent. I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it all just got to be too much.
Yeah, that guy.
Knowing everyone hated me, time wears you down. Solitude eats away at you. It was this close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for Emmett Selk.
That's something I like about this game. Like, I like this Emmett Selk character, even though I know ultimately he's going to be like a bad guy or whatever. But it's nice that they have that like gray morality in there where it's like, man, like, yeah, you're doing some messed up shit, but I kind of get it. Like,
all of which is a long way of saying, don't make a choice that leaves you alone.
Nothing is worth that. Especially not eternity.
Glad tidings, my friend. The ladder lives again.
The three of us have been invited to do the honors. Are you up for it? Of course, if you're worried that the whole thing might come crashing down, we can always find someone else.
All right, with the dad jokes.
That's the spirit. Come on then.
We rode the ladder too, my comrades and I. Once upon a time. Watched the horizon grow, and the town shrink below us.
That's a big-ass elevator.
Awed and terrified in equal measure. We ascended without a word, the silence broken only by the rhythm of the gears.
I was like, why isn't everybody else coming along? And then I was like, yeah, I guess they don't want us all to die if this thing falls. Just the main hero, you know, just him.
That day. Remembers our journey and our end. Retread the path. Seek, and you may yet find.
Okay, we got some different music. Wow, this is some pretty intense music. Let's go! Yo, that's pretty high up. Oh, okay. They've been doing this. I don't know if this is an expansion thing or what, but this like sort of like first person zoom. Find the crazy person who's hiding. Find the mysterious person from the village spying in your direction. Oh, they could be anywhere. I don't know. Where are they at? All these have usually been pretty easy. It's you, the tree. Oh, there they are. Wow, okay, they were a lot smaller than I thought. I see you. Yeah, get out of here. I was expecting the person to be bigger than that. Got him. Alright, summon our chocobo again. go ahead and eat some food, get our little XP buff. You can stack both of those up to 60 minutes. You have to summon your companion with greens. You gotta feed them. They're super cheap, and you can just buy them off a vendor. Alright, investigate the village. Away we go. I feel like this music is too energetic for what I'm doing right now. Yeah, so, okay, this is what I was talking about before. You see there are enemies around me, 78, 78. I could stop and fight them if I wanted to, but they're not making me, so I can also just run past them. They'll aggro me if I get too close, but then I can just keep running and just kind of ignore them. Like whatever this thing is. Like it'll aggro me. Boop. And you can see what's actually targeting you right here. And then, yeah, once it goes away here, it's no longer targeting you. So you can just run through and just focus on the quest if you want, or you can stop and fight stuff. It just kind of depends on what you want to do. All right, so we got some food hanging up. Got a locked door. Big crazy chameleon back there. A half-empty cup. There were people here recently. Oh yeah, and there's a kettle on the stove. What? Dragoon. And that was a that was a pretty fat chocobo. All right, did we find anything? Yes, people are definitely still living here. Aren't you the ones who saved my life? I don't remember this. Who are you? Oh, okay. Yeah. Cass, if you want to download the game, you should be able to. Let's see. You should just be able to go to FinalFantasy14.FinalFantasyXIV.com. Click on English, and then there's a big yellow button that'll say "Start your free trial," and that should kick you off on getting to play. And Final Fantasy is a little bit weird. Like, you manage your accounts and stuff on a different website, not FinalFantasy14.com. All right, we should be doing some kind of like regular questing in this area, I think. So let's see. Yeah, like I mentioned, there's I just went FinalFantasyXIV.com. You click whatever your region is, and then or your language, and then you can do your free trial here. There's also a website called the Lodestone. And the Lodestone is kind of like news and stuff like that for the game. Also, you've got some different guides and stuff in here, and you can take a look at like your character. So you can look at your character profile, all that kind of good stuff. See what your character looks like, your items. It's kind of like the WoW Armory, essentially. Take a look at your mounts. Like I don't have a lot of them. But then this website here, which is called Mog Station, which I'm going to click on and then switch over here, is where you actually do your account stuff. And I'm just checking. Yeah, I don't have anything sensitive on here. But yeah, this is where you actually manage your account. Is at Mog Station. So this is where you would have like your subscription. This is where you also purchase stuff like boosts and everything. It'll tell you, you know, like I'm standard. I've got the companion app. I used a recruitment code for someone, and I have the Windows version of all the way up to Shadowbringers right now, but I don't have it for any of the other stuff, and I have none of the collector's editions. So you can find all that stuff on Mog Station. And actually, I should see if I have a recruit a friend thingamajig, and I can post it. Give me a second. I'll see if I can find that. I might as well get some perks, right? Showing off the game. All right. Yeah. Give me my code. I don't know if I can find it. Nope, there it is. It's a big damn banner. Okay, so I'm gonna post this up there. That is the recruit a friend, the recruit a friend code you guys can use if you want to try out the game and use the recruitment. And if you do that, then I think we both get some bonuses, possibly. Yeah, we get some emotes, some chocobo feathers for a cool mount, some stuff like that. So if you want to use it, if you don't, then whatever. I'll see if I can post it in the description as well. All right, let's get back to doing this. Oh, I want to show you this loot reward as well. Yeah, this is a normal questing zone, so we're good. So I want to show you the quest reward right here is a high mithril weapon coffer. Okay, so this is how the quest rewards in this game work. It's pretty awesome. You get a chest. Okay, this says required level 78, item level 415, weapon type determined by current job or class at the time of opening. Cannot be opened in instance areas. So I can get this, and if it's not a big upgrade for my character, then I can just hang on to this, and when I level a different class up and I get to level 78, if I want an eye level 415 weapon, I can just open the chest on that class and then have that. And I have a bunch of these because, like I said, I boosted the character, and they gave me a bunch of item level 400 gear, and so that's what I've been using for the most part for the entire time that I've been leveling so far. Is this item level 400 stuff. And like I have this sword, it's item level 406. That's not like a huge jump up to 415. So if I wanted to, I could wait because I only got the gear for the samurai, right? So let's say I come back and I want to level Gunbreaker, and I don't have the benefits of having all this item level 400 gear. I can save the little item boxes that I've been getting, like this headgear. This one's a weapon. This one's a chest gear. And when I get to the required level on my Gunbreaker, I can open these and get a piece of gear guaranteed in that slot for that class. So I really like the way they do quest rewards here, because they're basically always useful unless you don't have a job, like an alt job that you want to level up, or you don't, you know, you're just not playing alt jobs at all. Yeah, so if we hit a dungeon here pretty soon, that'll actually give a nice big chunk of XP. Which I think we probably will. There's usually one dungeon per zone. Alright, survey the area. Let's go over here. Anytime you see the little up arrow, that means it's up in terms of terrain, meaning you have to go up or move up. And then basically everything for this one, you're looking for like a little sparkly point on the map, or purple dust like this. Purple dust usually means you're about to have a battle encounter. This is a Sin Eater. Oh, I really like the way that they do. It takes some getting used to, but I like the way they do AoE attacks in this game. So the way they do AoE attacks is they show that AoE, and then as long as you are out of the AoE, once the AoE effect, what's the word? The AoE outline, I guess, disappears, you're good. So I don't know if that really makes sense. There's the yellow indicator on the ground, right? And then after the yellow indicator is done, the effect goes off. You don't have to worry about being out of the spell effect. You just have to worry about being out of the indicator. So I'll see if I can show you what I mean. One of these guys should use an AoE. Yeah, okay, so I'm out of the indicator. As soon as that disappears, I can step back in, and even though he did the AoE, it doesn't do damage to me. So it makes it really nice, because you don't have to question, like, was I in the spell effect or was I not? You just look at it and you go, I wasn't in the indicator. The indicator's gone. It doesn't matter where I am now, as long as I'm not standing inside of an indicator. It does take some getting used to, though. It is kind of weird. Oh, is there a hunt train going on? That's what it looked like to me in the chat. I've never participated in one.
You're a sight for sore eyes. I don't know about you, but I bumped into quite a few sin eaters out there. You too, then. It seems the closer we get to Mount Gulg, the more of them there are. Looks a lot bigger from here, doesn't it? I were Vorthri, the first thing I'd do is surround myself with as many Sin Eaters as I could lay my hands on. And judging by the number we've already faced, his lordship is of the same mind. This is going to be a tough climb. But first things first. We need to determine if climbing is even an option. The more I look, the less likely it seems. Y'shtola is right to be worried. But flying may be our only choice after all.
We're gonna have to fly, and we're gonna get boarded by Sin Eaters. What is this gangsta shit?
There you are. Master Alphino was afeard you had met with some misfortune.
Hey, it's the Exarch.
And you too, Exarch. What brings you here?
I wish to observe the final struggle with my own eyes.
I don't believe you.
I arrived at Bottom Rung too late to accompany you, but I was in time to join Urianger and the others. Come, let us see how this unfolds.
Man, the Sin Eaters look pretty damn cool. I really like the monster design in this expansion. For the Sin Eaters. I mean, like, big red chameleon on the ground's like, whatever, but... That is a lot.
Well, it seems fine, isn't it?
That's a lot.
If we have learned that much, then the Machina have served their purpose.
Ah, so that's what they were for. Wasteful, but effective.
Would seem our foe will not be reached by land or air. We must needs withdraw to consider another course. Master Alphino waiteth for us atop Rung. Thither should we make our way.
Thither should we make our way. Mr. Fancy Talk. I think I'm gonna swing by and get this crystal while I'm up here. I'm sure they're gonna send me up here pretty soon, but... Whoa. Might as well grab it anyway. Z-Rhythm! Hey Set, finally catching one of your lives. This game looks amazing. Man, I'm glad that you're getting to catch it. And I'm also glad I'm getting to show this off to people, because I've honestly just been having a lot of fun with it, and it is a ton of fun. The story used to be a real sore spot for me, but it's just not anymore. Oh, soundtrack is so good. Don't get me wrong, like WoW has some good soundtracks too. But so does Final Fantasy. Like, I can't even like pretend. Like, both games definitely have music that I really enjoy. Like a lot of the load, like the character select screen, you know, music from WoW. Like the Chocobo song. Oh man, I went to... So I'm a pretty big Final Fantasy nerd, but I basically started playing with like Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy Tactics, and then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or not 11. 10, 12. So I played a lot of the Final Fantasies, and I played some of the Tactics Advanced games on GBA and stuff like that too. So, you know, I'm a Final Fantasy nerd to a degree. But I'm also I'm like a WoW nerd too. But man, we've been twice to Distant Worlds, which is the orchestra concert that they put on for Final Fantasy music. Damn, it is so good. And we actually got to meet the first one we went to. We got to. It sounds cooler than it was, but it was still cool. We got to meet Nobu Uematsu, one of the main composers for Final Fantasy music, the first time that we went to see Distant Worlds, because we got like we paid for the backstage pass and stuff like that, and it was just fun. The first time we watched it in up in Boston. Drove out to Boston and checked it out. And the second time we watched it here in town. But Nobu was not present at that one. All right, 11 out of 37. We're getting some XP a little bit faster. Game's downloading. Okay, yeah, I got to tell you about the launcher as well. After this cutscene.
In short, there's no path, and the sky is thick with Vorthry's winged devils.
Yes.
We might consider Amaro, but without extensive training, we cannot hope to contend with the Eaters. Yulmor's airship fleet, meanwhile, consists solely of transport vessels ill-suited for battle. And without the expertise of one such as Cid, we are in no position to attempt a refit.
Oh, it's so frustrating! That wretched mountain should jolly well come back down to us!
Oh, when you're picking a server, I'm on Midgar Swarmer. I think that's how you say it. If you want to play on the same server as me, that's the one I'm on. Midgard Swarmer, I think is how you say it. Midgar or something.
Now, dearest, we mustn't disturb these good people at their work. We've ridden the ladder, seen the sights. It's past time we took our leave.
The lady may well have the right of it.
Are we going to shoot the mountain out of the sky?
Mount Gulg will not soon come down to Earth, nor can we compel it to do so. But if the mountain will not come to the land, mayhap the land may be made to come to the mountain.
Man, how is having like a straight shot, like ladder type thing any better than going on an airship?
In the form of a Talos. A Talos large enough to reach out and take the volcano in its grasp.
What? Where?
To build such a golem would be an onerous undertaking indeed. Yet the principle seemeth sound in itself.
Where are we getting a Gundam from?
Boulder Dash. No one has ever made one even half that size. Leaving aside the small matter of logistics, which, by the way, would be no small matter, the design would be unimaginably complex.
Are we really about to tackle this dude with a Gundam?
Though, I suppose, if its only function is to cling to the ruddy mountain, perhaps it needn't be.
Just a giant hand.
Solid base, firmly rooted to the ground, sacrifice mobility to simplify the construction, reducing materials required. Wait, what am I thinking? We would still need a veritable army of people to do the work. Left to the crew that helped down below, it would take decades, if not a nice round century.
So we need more hands. And what sort of things would these hands be required to do?
Can someone start out as a samurai? No.
Let's see.
Not without paying to boost.
Procure the stone for the chassis. The rock found near the mountain would suit our purposes well enough. It would be a simple task to quarry the stuff, but given the stupendous quantity required, we would need all the help we can get.
We have friends amongst the miners of Armoraine. I will go and petition their aid.
While you do that, I'll make for Mordsuk. I'm sure I'll be able to drum up some support.
Then I shall return to Calusia. From fishers to carpenters, Yulmor is home to all manner of talented folk. I dare say their skills will avail us.
Is there anything else you need?
yes, actually. Magic. Lots of the stuff, as much as possible. To awaken a talus of this size would require an entire congregation of mages.
Many among the Knights Blessed are gifted in the arcane arts. I will recruit them to our cause.
We're bringing everybody together to fight the big bad.
The Fey folk, too, possess surpassing aptitude in magics. Yet they are not wont to cooperate in the endeavors of men. Leastwise, not without making all manner of mischief. That being the case, I would instead call upon the people of the Crystarium, with thy permission, Exarch.
We are at your disposal, as are our Amaro and Chocobos.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me you can call on not only the people of Yulmore and the Crystarium, but the Knights Blessed and the Maul, and even those miners? But that's just about everyone in Ballynorvrand. Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
We're the main characters. That's where's that option? We're the main characters. I am MC. The saviors of the world. Wow. How audacious. I like that we're the artist Alphadad and his assistants. That one's good.
Oh, dearest, have you forgotten already? Alfino told us that when we first met.
Actually, that may not have been...
That's one of my favorite responses so far.
So, as you can see, you will not want for bodies. I trust you will have your design ready in good time for their arrival. Norvrant is counting on you, heir to Daedalus Stoneworks.
We'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll bring the whole world with us.
Yeah, what the hell am I gonna do?
I take it we will be assisting Master Chai, though I am quite sure he has everything under control.
Yeah, he looks like a guy who's in control. Absolutely. I love the voices and the accents. Yeah, me too. I like overall. I said it earlier, but I think the voice acting is pretty well done in this game. All right, I gotta AFK for just a moment. I will be right back, and we'll pick back up here. Alright, we're back. I went to get myself another drink, only to realize that I forgot to put them in the fridge. So, that's unfortunate. So you asked about samurai. You can't be samurai right off the bat, but if you level a character to level 50, then you can unlock samurai and just switch right over because samurai starts at level 50. But you have to have the Stormblood expansion for that. Choose the words to inspire this guy. Must lift his spirits sufficiently during the conversation. Okay, fun. We got some kind of like RPG stuff going on here. Duty commenced. Oh man. Okay. I can't do it. No one can. A Talos at that side, no one's even dreamed of it. How about your wife is counting on me? I know. You hardly need to tell me that. Do you think I'd disappoint her if I could help it? But regardless of my own feelings, I can't do a damn thing without help from those villagers, and they're not bally likely to give it. Tristol's among them. You said so yourself. Lest you've forgotten, we essentially sent him to his death. Even if the others don't bear a personal grudge, he would never forgive us. Let's do this one. Looks like positive sparkles. If you were there too, perhaps he'd be more willing to accept an apology. Wait, what am I thinking? Relying on others to fight my battles? It's disgraceful. It is what it is, and it might even make things worse. And in the end, it's not even a question of forgiveness. Building such an enormous Talos is impossible, and no amount of contrition will change that. And even if by some miracle the people of Amity were willing to let bygones be bygones, they'd think the plan is absurd. I think it's absurd. Well now, to flood the very castle you sought to reclaim, such a strategy could indeed be considered absurd. Yet you succeeded not in spite of, but because of it. Our own strategy may likewise seem absurd, but maybe, just maybe, it stands a better chance of success for it. Somewhat optimistic. But be that as it may, there are risks to consider should the venture fail. I imagine for a moment that we failed to reach Vothri and only succeed in provoking him. In his fury, he may well unleash his hordes of eaters and will meet a horrible end. I see what you did there. That's how you win over the masses, with that irrepressible aura of dependability. But very well, you've made your conviction clear, and I'm assured in spite of myself. I won't let my fears get the better of me. It's unseemingly, if nothing else. Burning with motivation. Did I win? Look, I beat him the first try, even if I didn't beat Ranjit, or what was his name? Whatever his name was, the first time. That battle victory music in the background. Bum, 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 bum. Everybody's trying to pump this guy up and give him some speeches. Bro, your hair is purple. You can do anything. That's my motivational speech. Oh, the pep talks. Just build the damn thing. No. Anyway, someone will play that back in slow-mo and get what I'm laughing about, but my mind's in the gutter. Oh man. Yeah, let's go. Let's get this XP grind going. All right, speak with Tristal over in that village we were at. Oh, so I wanted to mention this launcher that I use actually. I think it's called 14 launcher, XIV launcher. No, not the quick launcher. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so this might be a little bit out there, but if you look up real quick, at some point, if you look up XIV launcher and you click on this GitHub link, there is a alternate launcher here called XIV launcher for Final Fantasy 14. That's not the regular one. It launches faster. I found that it downloads and installs stuff faster. It will save your ID and password, which is something that the normal one won't do. Just all around, it's a lot better launcher than the normal Final Fantasy 14 one, which honestly, this statement is 100% true. Slow, tedious, kind of ugly, cannot save your password, the regular launcher. So I've been using this one, and especially when it comes to downloading and installing patches in the actual game, it goes a lot faster if you use this. So, I mean, you gotta, you are putting your password in there, so there's a degree of risk, I guess. But you can do, it's up to you. You can do like 2-factor authentication and all that kind of stuff too. So, just wanted to mention that. All right, let's go. Hey, Christopher, you're back. Thanks. Welcome back. Better than the sad music? Oh, absolutely. The victory music? 100%. Got some kind of a fate going on. There's nobody doing fates out here. So there are all these side quests that I could be doing as well. That's another thing that I would say. Like, what you're seeing from me playing is just straight ahead charging through the main quest. If I were to stop and do all these side quests, there would be more fighting and more questing to do. But the thing is, the main story quest you only do one time. So these side quests are useful for leveling up your other jobs. And you really can just level through doing the main story quest if you want to. And generally what people recommend for the first job that you play is you only focus on the main story quest unless you hit a wall where the next main story quest is at a level that's too high for you. And then you do a couple side quests until you can do the main story quest again. And then that's where you pick up and continue just doing the main story. So that's why I'm only doing main story quest lines on this character and not doing the side quests. Because I'll come back and do the side quest later on a different job for XP. If you guys are wondering what all this stuff is, it's like hand exercise devices, I guess. I actually got this set of things back when I did a fundraiser for the channel. It's like 2 years ago now. I think it's the one that got me the mic and the recording setup here so that my audio just sounds a lot better than it did on my old videos. And I had a little extra money left over from that fundraiser, and I picked up a little pack of these things. So this is like a higher density, like stress ball. And then there's like a lower density one. A couple other things too. There's this crazy thing. You like put your fingers in there and it gives you like tension when you're trying to stretch them out. I do not use that because it hurts my thumb like crazy. Oh, I just got a chess piece. I haven't felt the need to really upgrade my gear from what I have right now, so I am just saving the boxes for future classes. Zoe was talking to me, where do I go for this launcher? You just Google XIV launcher, and then it'll be like the first GitHub link. And you should be able to rewind the stream. Like I have that capability enabled, or I should. And yeah, you were there for that fundraiser. Not too many people that are still around were, but Cass was there. It's the heart, right? We gotta get that material, that mineral they need. Okay. Oh. We're gonna get introduced to the dwarves? Oh, okay. At least we don't have to have a special ore this time. The last time we brought a Talos to life, it needed a specific type of ore. Where is the Exarch? Okay, I knew I was going to have to go to this town, so save myself the trip. If I remind, I'll miss stuff. You won't miss too much. Yeah, just Google XIV launcher. I still have it up. So, this GitHub Goat Corp thing here. Yeah, that's what you want. Hey, we are getting introduced to like the dwarves. The dwarves seemed pretty cool. Yeah. They're kind of like Vivi from Final Fantasy IX. Well, I mean, they've been in more than that, but that's, you know, where I recognize them for. They're coming out with a Final Fantasy IX TV show. Animated series. What did you just call me? Where's your heart? Where's your stones? One thing I will say, though, I got to point this out about Final Fantasy XIV. I've talked a bunch about how heavy it is on the story and the cutscene. right? But I just mentioned that you play through the main story one time. So actually this story progression, even though it's heavy and they do a lot of these dialogues and stuff like that, you only go through it the one time. And then when you play an alternate job, you level up through like fates, dungeons, alternate content, side quests. You're not doing the main storyline. So even though the story is heavy and it is very involved, it's not like WoW where when you roll an alt character, you have to play through the campaign 18 different times or whatever, you know, on every single character. So like once you've done this in Final Fantasy XIV, you're done. If you want to play a different class, a different job or whatever, you just roll that and you play it through gameplay and stuff like that. So that is a huge difference, and I think a lot of people don't consider that. Like, if you're the kind of person that is only going to play one job in one class, then yes, that is what it is, right? But if you're someone who rolls alts, playing through the main story quest one time on this one character, it makes a huge difference, right? I don't have to do all this like dialogue and talking and stuff that you're seeing. Even though I enjoy it, I probably wouldn't want to do it the fourth time through on a different job or a different class, and I don't have to. And that's something I think is kind of cool. It's almost like if you like how they have it in Shadowlands right now, where you can choose the what's it called, Threads of Fate leveling system. It's kind of like that, where if that was automatic, you played the first character through the campaign, everybody else was in Threads of Fate. But the big difference is from the ground up, like Final Fantasy is designed with that in mind. So there's way more content and a larger variety of content for you to do on those alt characters, right? It's not just going out and trying to grind out some world quest or whatever and fill up a bar to level. There's I'll show you the dungeon queue at some point too, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Yo, what are you riding on? Bro, that bird is so sparkly. Damn, that's pretty cool. Alright, we gotta go through some kind of a trial. That's a great point. Didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's something that I think, like, playing through it, you're like, oh man, like, this is a slog, this is a drag. But then, you know, if you like to play more than one class or job, like, it's that one time. You can spend the time on the story and enjoy it because you know, like, I'm not gonna have to do this on my 11 other alts. Even me, I'm like, I'm doing this on stream. I wanted to hit max level. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it before I have to go pick up my wife from the airport. And I could just skip through all the dialogue and stuff to try to do it faster. But, like, I want to enjoy the story. And I want you guys to see, like, actually, you know, what it's like playing the game. 3D Mine Runner, really? Discernment, diligence, and dexterity. Shoot dwarves that wear helms that are different. Okay. What the hell are we doing? This is weird. Search for the dwarf wearing the wrong type of helm. Okay, so we're just doing the same first-person camera thingy. What the hell? Got an on-rail shooter built in. Let's do it. Okay, so don't shoot the people that have the right helm. No, I missed. That was it? Just the one? I was prepared for like some whack-a-mole stuff here. Wow. Really? That was it? That was the whole trial? You guys have some low-ass standards. Look at their little tiny hobbit doors. You mean it, bun? The Gogs, huh? That makes me think of is it the Trogs? I could go on forever about those hornless horsons. Damn, man, these dwarves are brutal. This makes me think we're gonna get a dungeon, but maybe not. I still think the dungeon is gonna be actually fighting the guy. Man, I don't need to worry about you helping me fight. Just need you to dig, bro. I'll fight. Bro, I don't know which one of you is which anymore. Actually looking forward to going through it slowly to absorb the story. You know that annoying thing WoW does where it makes you play as another character, and if you could just play as your own, it'd be faster? Does this game do that? Yeah, you don't have to play as another character, and if you could just play your own. It's done that once in Shadowbringers so far, and it was cool because you got to play one of the other main characters. And I mean, it wasn't as intense as playing your own character, but it was still fun. It was cool. So far in the Shadowbringers campaign, it's done that once. And I can't remember playing an escort quest. So, I mean, that kind of makes up for anything else, doesn't it? Hey, we got a duty. Okay, here we go. Let's combat it up. Make sure my wife's leaving on time. Oi. Aww. On our way. I'm excited. Okay. Hey, you know what? You know what, game? You go to hell. Go to hell. Motherfucker. Literally it says escort Corrit. Really? Fuck you, game. You got What? That's some bullshit, man. I can't believe that. Wow. Way to, like, shit on me, game. Wow. Oh, don't just dodge my attack, dude. Yeah, man, if you guys didn't laugh at that shit, that was... Oh, man. Wow. I need to clip that shit. I wouldn't say I'm out of stuff to talk about because I'm definitely not, but if you're coming into the stream a little bit late and you had questions about anything, or you've been here and you're just curious about anything having to do with the game, I will do my best to answer your questions. Like, please, you guys can be involved here, and you know, whatever questions you might have, I'll be very candid with you. I don't have any like skin in the game here. As far as, you know, like trying to preach about one game over the other or anything like that. This is really annoying. Can you guys just bunch up? You know, like I would love it if you just bunched up. Goodbye. One thing I'm really excited about is the golden saucer. So I saw someone say that the golden saucer was basically like a permanent Dark Moon fare, and I would say yes if the mini games weren't cheesy as shit. Like if you've played Final Fantasy, I mean 8 or 9, I think. They both have a pretty intense card game in them. And you can play like a full-blown version of that in here. It's called Triple Triad. And you actually have to collect cards. And I'm really excited to do that. You guys know I'm a big card game nerd, so I'm actually pretty pumped to get in and start doing that. But I've always been behind the curve on the leveling. And I was talking to my friend of mine and basically saying, yeah, I could go to the Golden Saucer right now and start playing the card game, but I'm never like max level. And I want to be max level for this next expansion so that I can play the content when it comes out and not be like, oh, if I want to play the content, I've got to, you know, play through 10 levels or whatever. Ooh, we got a lot of stuff going on here. Okay. All right, let's get our buffs going. Let's make sure we got some aggro here. We're going to jump over this way, get some aggro on these guys. I'm not a tank, unfortunately, so I can't really... They call it like enmity in this game, not threat. I can't really like generate a lot of that right now. Oh, you guys are taking too long. Hey, you all came to join me. Oh, nice. Let me get that C5. Let's go. There we go. Good job, Xart. Way to heal. What about turtles not finding their way to the water? Yep, that hasn't been a thing yet either. Or anything like... I mean, the closest thing you've seen, like, I've seen to a mini game is this whole, like, first-person thing. And then that little, like, dialogue thing I did. Yeah, again, that's what I'm saying, dude. Everybody, join up on me. Hey, Exarch, I thought you were, like, trying to heal me here. Oh, this doesn't seem good. Hello? Hello? Keep me alive, dude. Yeah, you better hit me with that shit. I'm not liking the amount of damage I'm taking here. I don't like it. I don't like it. Coming in clutch with those heals. Y'all saw I almost died. He gave me like a basically a almost 100% heal. Freaking NPC hacks. Wah! More of them. One last push? I don't want to do one last push. Oh man, my sword changed. I like the other sword better. This one looks very plain compared to that crazy like techno katana I had earlier. Let's go, we got this, guys. Psych. So right now what I'm doing is I'm using my AoE rotation, which is kind of similar to the default one, but it's a little bit different because so I have some combos, right? So this one here, Fuga, is the combo starter, and then I can use Oka or Mangetsu, and those are the combo sort of finishers, but what they actually do is they don't give me a buff. They extend the buffs that I already have. So before I can get started, I have to grab my Shifu buff and I have to get my Jinpu buff. And then once I have those, I can use Oka to extend Shifu so I can keep that buff going while I'm in AoE. And then I can use Mangetsu to extend the Jinpu buff. But you have to take a second and get those buffs because, like, if I just go Fuga into Oka, it doesn't actually do anything for me. I'm gonna get... Yep, I knew I was gonna get hit with that. I didn't get out of it quick enough. Oh shit. Stack up, stack up. Yeah, see, I just lost my Jinpu buff, so I have to gain it back in single target. Spread out. We're doing like a mini boss fight against this thing. Alright, what are we missing? Cool. Alright, then we're gonna treat this thing like a boss, basically. We're gonna go full single target. Bro, you guys are not doing well. Oh no. Damn, I did it anyway. Oh, okay, we got it. We got it. What the man? We got gargoyles coming in now? Oh, you know, I bet I was supposed to like get in his way. Actually, I don't know if I could actually do anything there. Immolation, that seems bad. You guys should probably get out of that. Idiots. Damn it. Okay, I got out. I wasn't sure. Like my my one special move there locks me in place while it's casting. What? What? Oh, I was about to say, man, this is some scripted BS. Better heal me back up, dude. Damn it! Get out! Oh, you got me. You know what? Well, screw you, dude. That seems bad. That wasn't too bad, actually. Damn, I need my damage buff back up. I keep letting it drop. Got him. Okay. Surprised I didn't roll a tank. So, I can explain. Okay, I can explain. Okay, so I did roll a tank. Okay. I actually did. I rolled a warrior, got it to level 50. What I really wanted to play tank-wise was Gunbreaker. Okay, but Gunbreaker you couldn't unlock until you had... Oh, what was it? I think you had to have a level 60 or something like that. 60 or 70 to unlock Gunbreaker. So I couldn't go to Gunbreaker, right? So I leveled up tank, and then the tank I actually wanted to play, I had to get 20 levels to get to the next one. And so I did really want to play Samurai, so I actually just switched to Samurai because you can unlock it at level 50. And then I'm leveling my Samurai up, and the next class that I level will be Gunbreaker, which is a tank. So just because of the way the job system works and like what levels you have to be and stuff like that, I'm not rolling a tank right now, and Samurai's been a whole hell of a lot of fun, so I've been enjoying playing Samurai quite a lot. But yeah, I want to play Gunbreaker, and I want to play all the tanks. They all look pretty cool. Not Gladiator, but Paladin, when it becomes Paladin. Okay. Alright, so we have to get way over here, so we're just going to run through. Well, we're not quite halfway. It's been a few hours of trying to get one level here. It's been kind of crazy. I want to say, like, straight up, it does not take 4 hours to get a level, okay? I started playing Friday night. I was level 71 and some change, I think. And I've been playing a decent amount, not like 24/7 marathon, but like a lot. Like I spent a weekend, on like Friday night, Saturday, and yesterday, and that got me to 79. Okay, so I don't know if they do like a slash played. Yeah, no, they don't. So I've gotten 8 levels in less than a weekend. This one level, there's just a lot of story because I'm kind of at that point in the game. So, and like I said, I haven't been doing side quests. I haven't done a dungeon yet. A dungeon will get you like a solid, third or half of a level as well. Like no one's gonna notice the ground being dug up. And also, I would say for context, getting from 70 to 80 is the same as getting 10 levels in Shadowlands in terms of content and everything. So I think basically being able to get to max in the course of a weekend is a pretty decent pace, especially when you consider the amount of cutscenes and story you're watching in this game compared to WoW. And the fact that literally all I'm doing is the main story. Slash playtime. I don't know if I want to see that. No, that didn't work either. All right. So again, like here, we're going in stealth. We're going to use some dream powder, and they want you to do it on 3 things. You know, like I said, pretty respectful of your time, and it's like they should all work. I shouldn't have to do 5, you know. And they already have like the item built in over here too, so I could just run up and just click that. Or I can do what I did on the last one. I just right-clicked them and it automatically opened my inventory, my key items inventory. That's another thing. There's a whole tab for key items, for like quest items and stuff. Been so fun though. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy it. Like if you've watched me to any degree, I'm sure you can tell that I'm like legitimately having fun playing this and not, you know, I'm not forcing myself or anything. Like I've done it for WoW in the past, you know, like, oh, I'll play, but then I just seem like a sad sack of misery the whole time. I mean, the fact that like the cutscenes and stuff like that, you know, get me to laugh and be involved and engaged is, I think it just goes to show you like the story, at least for Shadowbringers. I can't vouch for the rest of it, other than A Realm Reborn, which, like I said, I think sucked, or it just wasn't interesting to me. It was too much. It was just too much. But you know, this has been interesting and fun to me. Damn, that sack's bigger than you are, bro. X-Arc. Oh, damn, they found us. With their unkept beards. Oh, shit. Glag. Chief of the Glogs. Glag the Glog. Limp beards. Some of this dialogue. Battlebeards. Okay. So then we've got to go back to town. Just teleports. How handy is that? It's like having a flight whistle all the time. Which I gotta say is just really nice. What was the name of the server? It's Midgar Sormir. Hold on, I'll post it in the chat. Let's see. Here we go. This is the server that I'm on. And if you want to add me as a friend, I think you can just do it by my name here. Tsetsuko Onyx. I mean, like, look at all these side quests. There's a lot of them. Like I said, I'm just doing the main story quest for now. Hey, we get some pickaxes. Alright, so now we're going back to Alizé. I don't think we can teleport. Nope, we can't. Run we shall. I'm starting to talk like old Urianger with his fancy talk. And again, like, if you guys are just catching up, if you've watched any of the stream and you're interested in playing, like, Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial that goes all the way through the first expansion available at the moment. It's something they're pushing pretty hard. I'm not, like, sponsored or any of that kind of crap by them. But it's a good opportunity to jump in and check out the game. And I said it earlier in this stream, and I will re-emphasize it. The first part, A Realm Reborn, which is like playing through, you know, the vanilla portion of WoW before you get to an expansion, kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, in my opinion. And the combat is not going to feel good until you get probably to level 20, 25. It's going to feel really slow and kind of repetitive. But if you can make it past that, it does get a lot better. If you haven't been able to tell by like how much I've been enjoying the combat and stuff here on the Samurai. And the mechanics between all the classes are, I would say, totally different. You're still going to have combo moves and stuff, and you're probably going to have a meter and things like that you build up. But what you do with them is totally different than what you're doing here on the Samurai. Hey, it's Run. And a cutscene to handing over to pickaxe. Yo, she's here. She's a badass, okay? I forget her name, though. But she's a badass. I think it's her. These bunny people, they all look the same. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure it's her. It's just weird that she would be with this group of people, unless they're not breaking them up by region. Which it doesn't look like they were. Magnus. 88%? Nice. Another thing is you can go back at any time and watch any of the cutscenes in the game over again. You get a little apartment in town and it has a little device you can go to and you can play back cutscenes. And they are really building this into some epic stuff here. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, dude. Oh, man. So stupid. Oh, yep, that's the other sister. They're just randomly popping in. This guy. This guy kind of cracks me up too. Plus we got the Hulk over here. Where's the other bunny chick? Boom 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 ba-dum. Boom boom ba-dum. Oh, she's not there. We are cruising right along. We're almost at 20 mil out of 37 now. I was just gonna say the Hulk. Yeah, 100%. My original character that I was playing was one of those, one of that race. I forget what they're called. So the Rothgar that I'm playing now weren't actually introduced until Shadowbringers, along with the bunny people. I forget what they're called. I don't remember. But anyway, these guys got introduced in Shadowbringers, and when they did, I was like, yep. Okay, I'm good. I've got like a character like I really like and I really want to play when I saw these guys. Because I always like Kimari from Final Fantasy X. And like I said, this is one of the few races that actually looks not like human plus random animal parts. I feel like the writing is just pretty good as well. Are we? I think we're just building a hand of a Gundam, actually. to level through the old stuff, right? Yes, you do, unless you pay for a boost. And to be clear, I want to stress that when I played through it, yes, I do still think it's a grind. I do think it's a slog, but I really did not give a shit about story. Like, I didn't, to me, it inhibited my gameplay. And I don't have that same perspective anymore. Now I enjoy the gameplay and it's a break for my hands and stuff. So that's totally changed. And I think if you're approaching it and you're into the storyline and you want to know, the other thing that I will say is they do not throw shit away in this game. So the people, the characters and stuff that you meet in that base storyline, the events that happen, all carry forward. So it's all important as far as the main story quest goes. So it's not a waste to go through that story and experience it. It doesn't get like retconned and all kinds of stuff like it might in WoW. So if you're approaching it from a perspective of like you enjoy the story and you're already invested in the story of a game, then I think it'll be less painful for you than it was for me. We got to get more ore. More ore? What do you got, Runar? You crazy Rothgar dude. Eggs? Oh, the stones! Well, that's a cool way to bring that together. PGM, hey, thanks. Appreciate that. How's it going? Just tuning in? I'm trying to see if I can get to max level before I have to go pick my wife up from the airport. And I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm going to get really close, though, and then I'm probably going to want to come back and finish up. So I'll tell you guys this. I know a lot of you guys will probably be going to bed and everything else. I will have to take a break and go pick up my wife from the airport. And I can't promise that I'll be back 100%. She's been gone for like 9 days, but she might also just pass out. And then if she does, I'll try to get back on and finish up the stream. But if that's not the case and she wants to hang out and stuff, then I still, like I've already said, I want to hit max level on stream. So if it takes another stream to get there, then it takes another stream either way. Nice. It's crazy to me, like this like side character has become so pivotal, so important to the plot later on. It's like, that's just cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to get hit with a dungeon once this is complete, and I probably won't have time for that, but we'll see. right. Get to pick a die. Go for the purpley ones. What is going on with the Exarch? Where's he at? Oh, he's out. No, he's probably on the cliff face. Now, another cool thing is you can't die from fall damage in this game unless you're in combat. It will put you at 1 HP, which makes you really susceptible to being killed, but you can fall from basically any height and you won't die, as far as I know. I've fallen from pretty far, and it's just put me at 1 HP. Okay, where to now? Let's follow the path. Dang, bro. You were straining yourself.
The future is where my destiny awaits. Forgive me, I was lost in a dream. I needed some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me, leaves my body frail and weak. Though, in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body. When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely. I am but an extension of it now, hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away. It has been quite a journey, but thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort? Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me. Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do?
Go back home and deal with that shit.
Ah, yes. Even should we succeed in forestalling the 8th Umbral Calamity, the spectre of war will remain. But to declare your intent with such easy resolve, you truly are a hero's hero, my friend. But whatever it is you decide to do, I have every confidence that you will do well. For you have the strength to forge your own path. You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness. Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made. And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. Remember this.
Get absorbed into the tower, die, turn out to be a treacherous bad guy. Who knows?
When this is over, indeed. I once told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said, though in truth, I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though he deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel. I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For he is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with him as friends, with no thought of concealment. Should he indulge me with his tales, I would regale him with my own about my efforts in Norvrand, perhaps. Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask him about his next adventure. And if he should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me. Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it. But all of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle.
How are you going to do all that if you made yourself one with the tower and you can't leave?
The people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us, nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company.
Okay. My server name is this mount. I guess that makes sense. Nope, keep running. Man, we gotta be close. Gotta be close to a dungeon. There's somebody else who has their chocobo kitted out in some different stuff than the one we saw earlier. Like I said, I don't have any of that stuff. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Hey, another cutscene. Okay, so the source is it's back where we came from. It's like going back to Azeroth, essentially. This is the city the planet, the shard that we came from. Oh, Xenos. We haven't gotten a lot of clips of what's going on in the source, but we've gotten just a couple. Nice. So this red thing in front of their face means they're Asians as well, like Emmett Selk. It's him. It's got to be Emmett Selk. Oh, nope. Never mind. Oh, okay. It's the guy we saw in an earlier clip. We're getting into some weird, like, parallel world, doppelganger, crazy shit here. It's Darth Vader, dude. Gotta keep us up to date. Alright, I'm gonna AFK for just a minute and I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Lost in character creation. Yeah, so nothing in character creation matters for gameplay, really. So, don't worry too much about that. How do I get rid of the dumb white bar at the top of my screen? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let me see. Yeah, not sure what you're talking about. I mean, like, am I gonna get locked into something here? I mean, I think I'm good. It didn't put me in a dungeon queue or anything, so it's probably just a cutscene, maybe a long cutscene. I don't understand how we're gonna make a thing big enough to reach all the way over there. Like, they have to see us building it, right? Or it's gotta be so huge that we can build it in, like, the town and then... I don't understand how...
Word from the Exarch. All is set on his side, and we may proceed when ready.
I'm very interested to see what the hell this is.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs.
Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
Then you need only say the word.
Let us begin. See that everyone is in position. We shall catch Vorthree, mountain and all.
The hell is... What the hell is that?
Here it comes!
What? No. What the... What? Okay, so it's made out of the mountain itself. Wait, what? Oh shit. I thought it would just be one big hand. I mean, those are some pretty damn big hands. I thought you were asking to play FF14 for a friend, Cass. Well, this thing's looking pretty all right.
Yes, yes! You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger!
Grab the damn thing.
Do you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain. Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
Vorthree marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice. Is that?
Seto! Nope, it's the fairies. Oh, it's both! Titania!
Heartless thing or something.
and heartless! Summon us in times of need, we expressly said, yet what should we find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name?
Fuck 'em up!
Yes, we may also have said that we Fae folk have no interest in the struggles of men. But if our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to his aid. Of course we would. What are we to do then? We are so very, very sad. You will play with us. Cheer us up again!
I love how, like, on the edge crazy she is. Come here, you big rock. Hey, paper beats rock. Okay, we're seeing this here on a, like, enormous scale. That paper beats rock.
This I did not expect, but I will gladly accept their help. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others. Join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
Yeah, this has got to be... We got to be at the dungeon now, I would expect. You know what? No, I want my chocobo. Let's go, sweet bun. Where are we going? Okay, we're going over here. Got it figured out in the system. Yeah, what was it? Just so I know offhand, in case that comes up in the future. It was something in the system settings in Final Fantasy. That's what I'm guessing. Oh, something pretty crazy about this game actually is you can go to HUD layout and literally just move everything around. No add-on. No add-on required. Just move whatever you want, wherever you want. There's also like a simplified version of this gauge. You can change your action bars around. All that kind of stuff, you can just do it without having to install a bunch of stuff. Man, I told my wife I was going to stream before I picked her up at the airport, and she was like, don't forget about me. And I was like, I'm streaming at 5. I'm not picking you up until after 10. I'm not going to stream for 5 hours. And here we are. Like 2 minutes away from 5 hours. I was wrong. Last one, there's a rotten egg. Yeah, no. Okay, I'm not going to say that. That's a little too cheesy. Oh, I had to switch to borderless window. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so Mount Gulg is now accessible. This is a dungeon. I am not going to be able to run this dungeon before I have to go pick up my wife from the airport. So that means this is probably the best place for me to end the current stream. But like I said, I do want to hit max level on the next, like on stream, and doing this dungeon should, one, showcase a dungeon which you guys haven't seen yet, and two, it should get me to max level just doing the one dungeon. So it should be as simple as that. I will try to post up on Discord and also the YouTube community page to let you guys know if I'm going to be back a little later on tonight to run the dungeon and hit max level, or if it's going to be something that I do tomorrow night after work. So either way, it's going to be late in the morning. If you can see up here, it's almost 10 p.m. my time. If I were to do this after work, it would probably be at about 2 a.m. tomorrow, like more than 24 hours from now. And if I were to do this a little later this evening, it might be around the same time. So for those of you who have tuned in and checked out the stream with me, I really appreciate it. Let me know what you thought, whether you had fun with this. I know there was a lot of story and watching cutscenes and stuff. And, you know, I try to comment when it made sense, but also just sit back and enjoy the story as well. Let me know what you think of Final Fantasy 14 and whether or not you want to see more 14 content here on the channel. It's probably going to happen one way or the other because I've been having a lot of fun enjoying it. And I'm looking forward to the next expansion. And like I said, it's a game that I can play that doesn't like totally wreck my hands because I get all these nice little story breaks. So yeah, let me know what you thought. Thanks for tuning in, you guys. Thanks PGM for the little stream tip there. I appreciate that. Thanks for everybody who was chatting. Like, you guys really kept it interesting for me. And if you're watching this as a VOD later on and you have any questions, let me know in the comment section below. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like I said, if I bring a game to the channel now, there's a reason for it. And I wanted to bring this one not only because it's been a hot topic amongst the WoW community here lately, and I know a lot of you play WoW, but because I had gotten back into it and had fun. And I thought a lot of you would probably appreciate it as an alternative to WoW, as a different MMO to play, as something to play alongside WoW, you know, in between content breaks and stuff like that. And I hope you got a little bit of a better picture of the game and how it plays. And we'll see. If you guys really like the content here, I may even go so far as to try to do some guides once I feel like I'm comfortable enough and experienced enough to put those out there. And even if I don't get to that point right away, I can still give you guys some tips and stuff that, you know, things I wish I knew when I started. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right. Well, I'll see you guys back next time for the next stream. We'll be doing a dungeon, hitting max level, and then who knows from there. I'm probably going to go to the Golden Saucer and play that card game. So, once again, thanks you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it. If you haven't checked out my last stream where I said life is changing, be sure to give that a look. It's going to let you know kind of what's going on with the channel, what's going on with me, what you can expect going forward. And for those of you who did watch and comment, I really appreciate it. Everybody's been really receptive, really nice, and I had plenty of kind things to say. So thank you. All right, y'all. Go get my wife. And I'm a little upset, man. I wanted to be max level by the time she got here. I'm close enough. She'll appreciate it, I hope. I just wanted to be like, I did it, but now I'm like, I'm 2/3 of the way there. One dungeon away. So we'll see. Aggie's cool. She'll be happy. All right, you guys. I'll catch you later. Peace.